the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
And the Lord has been over and over and back. Oh, know that I am coming back. And we give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens 60,000 miles every 60 seconds. Throughout our vessels and cave. Amen.
What y'all on? What y'all on? We got a bunch of sneaky watchers. Yo, what y'all on? What y'all on over there? Do y'all have y'all book? Do we have our books ready to go? Oh, y'all trolling. Do we have our books? Or we trolling? Right. I'm flipping through the book right now. All right, so we got a new timeline. Do y'all got y'all book or y'all trolling? Okay. Nobody's answering the do y'all have y'all book question. So that clearly means the answer is no. Yeah, trolling. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, in the new book, we the new book is almost like an action epic. We kind of all over the place. It's really good, really good book, but we have a new timeline. And one of the things that we're doing, I know we're dealing with the atmosphere and we're dealing with spirituality and we're dealing with money and we have so many different concepts. But one of the things that we're talking about is the, well, I call it the diabetes money train timeline. The diabetes money train timeline. And it has everything to do with what's going on today. I mean, When I say everything that's going on today, I mean literally new banking laws that have went into place the last few weeks, activity on the stock market, like like the fresh snow, the fresh snow that just hit New York. I mean, even the fresh snow on the ground. That's how tied to the moment that new book is, and it is it's one of those that it'll feel that way for the next maybe 20 to 30 years. That new book will feel like it's talking about today, like every day for the next 20 to 30 years. Like that's how crazy it is. But we have a timeline because one of the concepts we're looking at is wealth. We're going deeper into the concept of health being connected to wealth, and how the science of diabetes and the creation, marketing, selling, distributing, trading of sugar for the last definitely 2,000 years or more. But yeah, the last few thousand years, wealth has followed sugar and diabetes. Wealth has followed sugar and diabetes. So we walk through that timeline because it's important. Again, with the new changes that are taking place, even in politics. I make it my business. And I try to share this with you guys. You know what I'm saying? I try to share this with you guys as much as possible. Whenever the mainstream media says to look this way, I'm not saying don't look this way. I'm just saying when they say look this way, do like that. Like make sure you looking this way because you want to know what's happening, but make sure you like. Because while you looking this way, usually whenever you're directed to look this way, is something that's over here that's probably way more important. And it's like one of the spiritual laws is that you kind of have to say things. You have to speak things into existence. So it becomes a challenge for the elite sometimes. They have to be able to speak things into existence without anyone listening, without anyone hearing it. Like they got to throw it on the record and be able to say they put that on the record without anybody noticing that it was actually put on the record. So that's where sleight of hand comes in. You know what I'm saying? Like the art of misdirection. So you looking over here when something else is right there and put it right in front of you, and you like, did I see that? That didn't that actually happened. That actually happened. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What sleight of hand did everybody miss? The sleight of hand that everybody missed was Mike Tyson. Right? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. You missed it. Tell the truth. You missed it. Because right now, you're probably saying to yourself, what is Inky talking about? Mike Tyson wasn't even in the Super Bowl. Mike Tyson wasn't in the Super Bowl. But Mike Tyson had a commercial that was in the Super Bowl. And everybody was supposed to see, not...
Hello, welcome. I'm Nomia Iqbal.
Everybody was supposed to see and not see it. Everybody was supposed to see and not see it. Right? Because while Mike Tyson was doing his commercial during the Super Bowl, everybody was caught up talking about Rico Suave. Right? Everybody was paying attention to Rico Suave. Yeah. And it just came and went. Nobody even noticed what happened. Nobody even noticed what happened. It is his little moment came and went. No media coverage, no reblast, none of that. Because you don't see with your eyes and hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So 90% of the people, they're not tuned. They're not tuned to see a health commercial. That's not on their radar. So even if they sitting in front of the TV watching it pop up, that's the moment you run to the bathroom, go grab the buffalo wings. Yo, who going to the store real quick? We ran out of such and such. Yo, go get the L's. We ran out of, like, that's the moment that all that happens. Nobody's watching Mike Tyson talking about what? Mike Tyson talking about health? What? Yeah. Yeah. See, y'all, you awake. You awake. But you got to remember, we are almost nobody numerically. Right? Numerically, we almost nobody. It's 300 million people tuned in to watch, whatever. 50 million people tuned in to watch the game. 9 or 10 people like, oh, no, I peeped it. That's not a real thing. 9 or 10 people is not even enough to blip the radar. Let me see if I could find it for the people who don't know what I'm talking about.
Rely on low nutrient processed options. So we've shifted to a concessions-based restaurant style model. It's got multiple food stations with extended service hours, and we're providing high performance fuel.
To the stage, Senior Advisor to the White House, Callie Means.
We are going to talk today about the historic efforts from the Trump administration to work with stakeholders inside and outside of government to improve real food access and affordability in the United States, which is the most important public health challenge we have today. Let me talk a little bit about the stakes and the impact of what we're doing. This here, a sugary drink with 50 grams of added sugar, is the top item that government procurement dollars go to for food stamps. This item here is sold in every pediatric ward in America that relies on government money for their existence. We are delivering and paying for weapons of mass destruction for children's metabolic health with government dollars, and then paying the price with 3 times higher healthcare costs than any other country in the developed world. This is the most popular snack that is government approved as a healthy snack for school lunches. This is recommended and delivered in every school in America.
To the stage, Senior Advisor to the White House, Callie Means.
We are going to talk today about the historic efforts from the Trump administration to work with stakeholders inside and outside of government to improve real food access and affordability in the United States, which is the most important public health challenge we have today. Let me talk a little bit about the stakes and the impact of what we're doing. This here, a sugary drink with 50 grams of added sugar, is the top item that government procurement dollars go to for food stamps. This item here is sold in every pediatric ward in America that relies on government money for their existence.
Now listen, this is going to get worse. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Because AI is going to destroy health. I love AI. I'm a fan of AI. I promote AI. But AI is going to destroy health. So I want y'all to understand something. I want y'all to envision something. Like Big say, can you just visualize it before we go to sleep? In the closet. I want y'all to be able to visualize it, right? I want y'all to be able to visualize stocks and bonds, right, as attached to actual human lives, livestock, right? Livestock. Humans on the live humans, human livestock, live streaming. Just however you need to work it in your brain so you can visualize, right? Health is wealth, right? So visualize it as like as a stock that could go up or down, right? People are getting in position. Listen, people are getting in position to make the killing of a lifetime. And this is why it's important for us to really understand spirituality. It's important for us to understand certain cycles. It's important for us to understand how money moves. And I don't have like a thing planned that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, and so here's the money thing, you know, like we're doing like this, you know, I'm not in, you know what I'm saying? Like, so this is really just for your understanding, for your personal, for me to edify you, right? This is for you, your self-development, you know what I'm saying? For you to be able to better create predictive models for you and your families tomorrow, right? But AI is going to drive diabetes and heart disease up through the roof in a way like nobody can imagine. And they saw it during COVID. They saw it during COVID with everybody at home. It's already, you know, like, so just know the money is, people are in position. Yes. These are going to be amazing changes, you know, changing the food pyramid, putting laws in place to constrain federal dollars to institutions that are not teaching food as medicine. Medical schools, doctors, colleges, universities, like all of those things, like it's gonna be monumentous in terms of the new look of what the healthcare system is. But the translation into actual living people is going to be crazy. because every day you have more and more people going into, putting their kids into homeschool. Every day you have more and more people working from home, more entrepreneurs, more bosses. And the rate of people being sedentary, blood flow slowing down. It's like investing in stocks, like literally, like people is investing in stocks. Like the diabetes rate is going to go up like this. So the companies that know how to capitalize off of people being diabetic in some shape, form, or fashion, they're going to make $1 bazillion. They're going to make a bazillion. I don't know what the number is. It's a number. They're getting ready to have a wave. They're getting ready to have an amazing run, a 5 to 10 year run that's going to be crazy, right? Because diabetes is going to go, heart disease, cancer. What else is going to go up through the roof? Eye disease. Oh my God. People losing the blindness. The blindness rate is going like this. It ain't even going like, you know how it like a thing go up, but it's slowly, like it's like diagonal going up like that. Like that blindness is going like that. Like blindness is going up like a rocket. Yeah, people are losing their eyesight right now at a crazy, alarming rate. Like it's crazy. Yeah, because you got to think about it. Historically, how it went is people had good eyesight and then they lost it over time. But now you have a lot of people who are already blind. So if you're already blind, where does you go from blind? And when I say blind, right? Blind means that you have a 200 or more in either one or both of your eyes. That's legally blind, right? When you go to the eye doctor, they give you a score and they let you know like 20/20 is good. Well, if you have a 200 or more, that means you're either nearsighted or farsighted. And if you're nearsighted or farsighted without your glasses or contacts, you're legally blind, right? So where do you go from there? How much time do you have, in terms of cataracts or macular degeneration or, retinopathy and the, back of the retinas? Like, how long do you have when you already starting off? You 20 years old and you blind already. So people that understand these numbers, they're positioning themselves. So you will start to see more, like I've been saying the last 10 years, and it's crazy how much doctors are creating herbs and vitamins. You got all them videos now on YouTube where it's the same story. I was, this doctor stumbled onto this remarkable discovery of how to reverse whatever, what I'm saying? Click right here to hear the story. And then you click on it and it's a doctor telling the story, or it's a patient telling the story about how his doctor stumbled onto this supply of herbs and they got the last bit and they made this program and yeah, I be cracking up because I predicted listen, and that's why I want you to get into this predictive modeling of nature and understanding it and just being able to just tap into some of this stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's crazy out here. Anyway, this is long. This is like an hour and something. Even if I speed this up, it's crazy. But yeah, let's skip to the because they was out there with the fake Mike Tyson face tattoos and all that. Like, they was going crazy with it. There you go. There you go, right there.
Thank you very much.
A knockout initiative from the White House.
The newest fighter in the war on processed food, Mike Tyson.
Boxing champion Mike Tyson is teaming up with the Maha movement.
Tyson's taking on a new fight.
Boxing legend Mike Tyson has a new battle.
This is the most important fight of his life.
To make America healthy again.
Last night, millions of Americans saw a 30-second ad that stood out from the rest.
Secretary RFK Jr. getting behind the message.
It's an extraordinary, powerful ad.
With the warning, processed food kills.
Processed food kills. You need to eat real food. Real food is the way to go.
Eat real food.
Eat real food.
I think it's the most important ad in Super Bowl history.
My sister's name was Denise. She died of obesity at 25. She had a heart attack. I was so fat and nasty. I would eat anything. I was like 345 pounds, a quart of ice cream every hour. I had so much self-hate when I was like that. I just wanted to kill myself. We're the most powerful country in the world, and we have the most obese, fudgy people. Something has to be done about processed food in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, now introducing your USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Well, good morning, everyone. And listen, I didn't have on my 2026 bingo card a picture with the Mike Tyson claw tattoo on my face. But how amazing is this? I mean, really, how awesome to be here today. And I just want to thank Bobby. I'm going to thank you officially in a second, but I know I speak on your behalf as well. All of these incredible patriots who are off to the stage here. We're going to see Mr. Tyson in just a moment, but everyone that went ahead of us, the role that they have played, the leadership that they continue to focus on, the game-changing heart to truly change the future of America is just so incredibly inspiring. So how about one more round of applause for all the speakers that went ahead and as we move towards the end of the program. As a Maha mom of 4 teenagers myself, these issues are certainly near and dear to me. And I noticed so many other moms and dads from here in the room. And it's so great to see such a huge crowd, but also all around the country as people are watching. The Trump administration has already racked up so many victories in our fight to make America healthy again. And USDA has been so proud to serve on the front lines right alongside my dear friend, Secretary Bobby Kennedy. We were joking backstage because it's been almost a year ago this Friday where I called Bobby and my anniversary. We were both, not intentionally, but both voted upon and sworn in on the exact same day, which was February 13th. I'm not going to brag, Bobby. I may have had a few more votes than you over in the Senate. I don't know if it'd be that way today, but the very next day, Valentine's Day, one of the key media in this city wrote an article about who's going to get divorced first. And within the cabinet, not from our spouses, but from each other. And there was a wedding cake, and it showed, a bottom rung of the cake, several of the cabinet members or senior staff, and then the next rung. Well, at the very top of the cake was Bobby and me, the two of us together with a cake knife slicing down the middle and us falling apart. We were picked to be the very first divorce amongst the Trump cabinet and our partnership with each other. And Bobby, I'm so proud to say it just couldn't be further from the truth. What an extraordinary partner he has been. When you look at this last year and what it has looked like, we now have 18 states with more in the hopper who have submitted and been approved their SNAP waivers to no longer allow taxpayer dollars to be used to purchase junk food and sodas and all of the things that make us unhealthy. 18 states, both blue and red. How about that? That is a massive win for making America healthy again. We're also in the final weeks of finalizing our new stocking standards, which of course the stock show girl immediately thinks about cattle, but the stocking standards actually means the 250,000 retailers in this country who accept SNAP EBT dollars, they have to now more than double the healthy food offerings that they have on the shelves. This too is a major win for making America healthy again. These actions, alongside removing the waste and the fraud and the abuse from the SNAP program, continue to be key priorities at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. But as we continue to move to put farming and ranching back at the top of what we're doing at USDA,
Wow. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the President, Secretary Kennedy, Peter Arnell, Brett Ratner, and everybody that helped me and had anything to do with allowing me to be in part of the commercial for the Super Bowl. And once they were telling me the situation, what it was about obesity, I was telling them my experience that I had a sister that died at 25 from obesity. And where I come from, Brownsville, Brooklyn, is the most violent, poverty-stricken neighborhood in the city of New York. And ultra processed food was just the norm. Everything was processed food. We didn't have much money, but we had food stamps, and food stamps can buy you the candy, the sugar, and all that soda, 7-Up, and all that rotten stuff. And that's just all we knew. And the food that we ate was pretty much processed. It was gizzards, guts, and stools and stuff of weird animals. And I just wanted to be a part of this because that was such a part of my life. I grew up upstate New York with a master fight trainer, and so he gave me a lifestyle. So obesity is totally out of my life. And sometimes I fool around, I gain 40, 20 pounds. I'm real lazy, but I have a lifestyle, lose like this. And that's why I'm just such a fan of this. This is the biggest fight of my life. I want to be a hero in this particular field because it affects my life. Every time I see someone who may be obese, I have an affinity for them. I want to be close to them. I want to talk to them. I want to let them know that I'm their friend without saying, hey, you remind me of my sister. And I'm just very grateful to be here and fight this fight. It's going to be a fight that I look forward to. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing me.
I want to thank you all for coming. Let's give a big hand for Mike Tyson. Let's everybody rise.
So this is a real thing. This is a real thing. This isn't going anywhere. Like this is beyond a real thing. This is happening. You know what I'm saying? And like I said before, it would be amazing if these changes were coming about, you know, and Dr. Inky was on stage with Trump, or maybe, you know, Dr. Africa or Dr. Sabi or whatever the case may be. But it's RFK. And we can't allow that because we've listened to people like, you know, Roland Martin and other goofballs to take our eye off the prize. And there are a lot of things that we need to be aware of, good and bad, right? And bad. Something like this would not be able to happen if it was just purely, this is going to be amazing for the people, blah, 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 blah. No, of course, there are a lot of people, like I keep saying, that are positioned to make $1 bazillion, right? Back when we started the movement, really, I could say I started the movement, but it wasn't me alone. You know what I'm saying? I was the focal point, but it wasn't me alone. It was Prince, it was Sheem, it was Maul, even Hawk played a role, Black and Nobel, shout out to Black and Nobel. But we created the urban vegan movement. There was no such thing before. There was no such thing before what we did. We created the urban vegan movement. And, it was too big for me, too big for us, I guess. It got away from us, and it just went, rappers, athletes, the globe. And, 6 months in, it didn't take long. It didn't take long. I'm just going to throw 6 months out there, but it was very early on in what we were doing that, we started to pay attention to the dairy companies and the meat companies. The dairy companies, the meat companies, and the sugar companies began buying up the health, the health food brands and the vegan brands and things like that, right? Because those are not the same, right? You had vegan brands, and then you had health food brands. You had even weight loss brands, right? And these were all like fringe, these were like fringe things. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was interested in buying a $4 or $5 drink when they could just get the $1 joint. Like, why would I get a Snapple? Why would I get, a Bolt House drink when I could get a Snapple? You know what I'm saying? And that's when drinks like Snapple was on top. And Snapple even had the fake drinks, which was Tropical Fantasy. So a lot of us in the neighborhood, we was drinking Tropical. We didn't even have Snapple money. we was drinking Tropical Fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Snapple was $1.25. Tropical Fantasy was 2 for $1 or 2 for $1.25. It looked like Snapple. Like they put it in a little glass jar, nice little colorful label. But it was like high grade Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? It was like high grade Kool-Aid, But yeah, early 2000s, nobody was pushing that line, so to speak. And we noticed that, again, because of predictive modeling, right? Predictive modeling, understanding cycles, understanding psychology, understanding how to move minds of the people and where the mind of the people is going, meaning being able to see what people are envisioning for their future allows you to position yourself. So we were noticing 20 years ago that all of the health food brands, the vegan brands, the plant-based brands, the weight loss brands, they were all beginning to, sell out, not in a negative way. That's what you start a company for. You start a company, run it up, sell it, start a new company or whatever the case may be. But we just noticed like all of the meat companies and the confection, I think that's the proper word, the confection brands, like the sugar, snacks, cookies, sodas, all of those brands, they were purchasing all of those other brands. And, a lot of people wanted to be the first one on social media to break it down. So, you know, when you get like around 2010 and it becomes really pronounced, you start to have people making videos like breaking it down, like, oh, yeah, I think that the health food is really healthy, but you don't know, you know, that this company or that company has already purchased it, and their goal is to shut down the health food industry. They're purchasing the company so they could shut them down. And you know, I kind of sat back, let everybody make their rounds, and then I dropped my videos on the subject from a different perspective, you know, because in the 90s, you know, I was down on Wall Street, so I kind of had an idea of what they were doing. And I was like, no, that's not, you know, that's not accurate. What they're actually doing is hedging their investments. They're hedging their investments. So they're, you know, they're just leveraging their business. So that way, you know, the people that are, you know, like the people that's invested in like beef and pork and chicken and stuff like that, should you decide to not purchase those items and now you're purchasing Beyond Chicken or whatever the case may be, it's the same ownership. So they're not going to lose any money. Whether you're buying real chicken or fake chicken, the same people, the same group of people are going to get paid. So they're not necessarily looking to shut down the business. They're just looking to make sure that they don't lose any money, right? And so those same people are in position still. They're still in position. They're invested in, you know, the health products. They're invested in big gyms, you know, like LA Fitness or 24-hour Fitness or the big gym franchises, you know, but they're also invested in, you know, pharmaceutical companies that make diabetic drugs or heart medication. Like they're however you play it, they're invested because they're already ready. They're already ready because they got the predictive models, right? The only people that are not into divining are the dumb John Q. Public people, especially the Bible folks. They're like, no, divining is witchcraft. It's against the Bible. Like, what is the Uman and Thuman? Like, have you actually read that book? Prophecy and divining, like that's anyway. So predictive modeling, they already lit. They already set for whatever's coming 3 months in advance, 6 months or 6 years in advance. You know, that is a part of the story that comes from Kemet that then we see played over kind of in the Bible to a greater or lesser extent, like the 7 years famine, right? That's a large part of that story, is learning how to foresee periods of abundance and to be able to utilize predictive modeling in times of abundance to put stuff up. You know, that's how my mom said, put that up. You know, that means save it for later. Put that up. Put that in the stash. Put that under your bed. Put that in your closet. Put that in the bank. Put something away when you up, so that when the next cycle comes, you understand what's happening. And then when you take that to the next step, you know, you're able to take the predictive modeling and you go, oh, this is what the Rothschilds did. I get it now. They took the next step and they used that same predictive modeling to become lenders, even though it's practicing usury. And some people may believe in that or not, but you know, they use that predictive modeling, and one at a time, started to do that with countries and created a system that, started from the golem. Now we here. Right? So it becomes more and more important to understand spirituality, though, in this context. So we kind of just had to walk it all down. And, newer people, it'll be a little bit tougher for them to, grab a hold to everything that we discuss in the book, because, the rest of us, we're sitting on, we've been at this building this narrative, for, close to 200 books now. You know what I'm saying? So for the people just coming along, like, oh, I just heard Dr. Inky got some books out. Yeah. You behind the learning curve, you know what I'm saying? But we hope you join in and start to study and catch up. Right. So one of the things we have is the, like I said, we have a new timeline. We have a new timeline where we kind of walk through the diabetes money train, right? Because the diabetes money train shows, like there's a correlation, right? So even with like the Moors, for instance, right? And we got a bunch of different people that go into the Moorish paradigm, right? Whether it is the brothers that wear the fezzes because they're a part of the Moorish Science Temple, whether it is people who have created their own spin-offs to the Moorish Science Temple, or maybe they have started to study them with Taj Tariq Bey and the Honorable Taj Tariq Bey, right? Put some respect on the elder, right? Or they have, spun off from Taj Tariq Bey's movement. That's where you get your Abdullah Beys and I forgot the light-skinned brother name. But he used to be in Africa Bambaataa shadow all the time. But you got a lot of different people who speak to that era. Even one of my mentors, Dr. Kaba, right? Booker T. Coleman, right? They never quite capture the full essence of that whole story, because it really is a glorified story that they tell, right? And I get it, because the history has been suppressed, right? It has to be polished up. It's been suppressed. It's been muddied, right? So it has to be polished up and represented, because it's an important time period. But you can't really truthfully tell that story without sugar. You can't tell that story without sugar. That story goes hand in hand with sugar. That story goes hand in hand with slavery. That's a sugar slavery story. That's a sugar slavery story. And it's complicated because white folks invented white folks kind of invented white folks and black folks. Now, biologically, we get eumelanin, pheomelanin, all that. Just put that on the, that is new science. So just understand that pheomelanin and eumelanin did not exist in 1492. At least the concepts didn't. Obviously the pigment did, but people didn't understand. That wasn't science. That wasn't known. Like, those are very recent terms in human memory. You know what I'm saying? Pheomelanin, eumelanin. Especially to the point that we understand now. Because there's a point where pigment is discovered, and then there's maybe 100 or so years goes by where nobody really knows anything except for that it's a waste product. It's labeled a human waste product, period. Right? Until very recently, 1950s, 60s, 70s, then research begins to pick up. And that's where you get like the Melanin Conference, the International Melanin Conference. They held that a couple times. And then again, the earning potential came from what they discovered in those international conferences. And then they stopped doing the conference. Zoop! Melanin research went quiet. Everybody went back to their corner of the world and started working on their way to capitalize and commercialize some form of melanin product, or weaponize what they knew against the people to, make some money in terms of pharmaceutical applications, or whatever the case may be. But historically, that's not a thing, right? When you get back to these time periods, the problem is that when you're talking about a lot of these groups, they're mixed. A lot of these groups are mixed. So when you're going into Moorish history, you can't really say this is completely Black history. A lot of it is Black history because there's a lot of Black leadership, but it's mixed. These are more Arab cultures. So, you got white people, what I'm saying? Like Drake type, what I'm saying? You got like Drake type Arab straight hair looking people, and then you got people that look like me, what I'm saying, and people who even look quote unquote blacker than me because they got really nappy hair and even maybe darker skin because they're in North Africa, what I'm saying. So all of this is mixed. So that adds a complication level trying to tell it from an African versus European standpoint. But all together, whether it is a European narrative about that era, or whether it is a Black narrative about that era, nobody discusses the sugar and the slavery component. And the sugar and the slavery component is where all the money comes from. The sugar and the slavery is where all the money comes from. Right? So you have to wrestle with that. And Islam plays a big role in that. Islam plays a big role in that. So it's not to say that all Moors or black-skinned Arabs were Muslim at the time, but for the most part they were. For the most part they were, right? And you had that culture enslave Egypt. You had that culture enslave Egypt and begin the sugar plantations there. Sugar plantations popped off in Egypt. There's a lot of, it's crazy how history continues to circle back to Egypt, but that is just what it is, And then from there, at this time, mind you, Europeans are still poor. At this time, Europeans are still poor. This is why you have, whenever we go through that Masonic document, right, talking about the origins of European Masonry, and they say that the royalty in Europe at the time was poor, and they was looking to, how to substantiate, make some money, you know, for themselves and their children and all that. And so they, you know, came up with the idea of stealing geometry and renaming it masonry. That's a real era of Europe that people went through. That's a real era in Europe that Europeans went through, where they were impoverished. There was no money. Even the Rothschild family, right? There's, you know, before Mayer Rothschild, you know, these were not wealthy people. You know, they weren't necessarily super impoverished either, but you know, there's a window, you know, where they had some knowledge. They had some knowledge about nature. Where they got the knowledge from is less important at this point. Then you need to understand they had some knowledge about nature. And the knowledge about nature is what allowed them to, you know, some generations later be, you know, super powerful, you know, rich folks. They were able to see something coming, a trend coming, cycles coming, and position themselves. But so that's important. That's one of the things. So we gotta, because there's a cycle that keeps going on. So not only did the Arab cultures loot the pyramid, but they also enslaved the folks there, and they started getting that sugar money. And so along with the collapse of the Moorish dynasties, comes the loss of control of the sugar business. They lost the sugar business. And so then you have, I believe it's Italy. I know it's one of those Mediterranean European countries. I believe it's Italy, though, that takes over the sugar plantation. And so they start amassing a tremendous amount of wealth, you know, and they was doing their thing until Columbus came over with his crew, and they put the plantation in Haiti. Right? They put the plantation in Haiti, and that was the mega plantation. So now you have the rise of Spain. You know, now Spain is getting wealthy. You know, Spain getting money, you know, and they start to putting little plantations all throughout the Caribbean, which is the story of Puerto Rico. You know, that going back to Bad Bunny, that's where you see Bad Bunny in the Super Bowl. He got the, you know, the sugar plantations. You know what I'm saying? And then you get the sugar plantations move into, you know, America, the US, the United States. And that's where America and England, you know, got you know, they got to get their beaks wet. You know what I'm saying? And even before that, you had the Dutch East India Company, right? You had the Dutch East India Company. So now, mind you, diabetes is happening. Diabetes is happening. Diabetes is happening, but it is not being called diabetes. Diabetes is happening, but it's not being called diabetes. You have the name King's disease, right? Because wealthy people were getting different forms of diabetes and diabetes symptoms, right? Because they were having super wealthy diets, but they weren't moving around, right? You the king, You the queen. You're not doing anything. Somebody doing everything for you. They putting your clothes on. Like literally, they waking up, telling them what outfit they want to put on. Somebody putting their shoes on. They sitting there, somebody putting their shoes on for them and putting their clothes on and all that. They just standing up, you know, they step into the tub. They got people washing their body. Like they're doing nothing. They're doing nothing. And there's a lot of wine drinking and fruit eating and half-cooked meat and all that. And, you know, so King's disease. But people who were in poverty, right? Statistics don't tell the full story. So that's one of the things we have to understand, that statistics are sheet music, but not actual songs, right? Statistics tell some of the story, but they don't tell the full story. A lot of people were having diabetes and diabetes type complications, but because they were in poverty, it wasn't being tracked as diabetes. It was just, these people are impoverished. You know, these people are impoverished. So they're not healthy. They're impoverished. They're dying from malnutrition and stuff like that. But a lot of them were having diabetes and things like that. So when they would have the heart attack or this or that or the cancer or the tumor or whatever, it's poverty. It's not being linked at that time that, oh, this is sugar. That's bop, 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 bop. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Even when you see a lot of old movies, right? Any of them like Dragon, Knights of the Round Table kind of movies, right? What's that, Game of Thrones type movie? Any of that, the one entrepreneur that you see consistently always do well in those time periods is who? Not the sheriff. Not the sheriff, not the doctor. The wealthiest entrepreneur in all those times is the bartender. And it goes from like those type of time periods to the Wild Wild West, right? The Wild Wild West, the bartender is the best. That's the best business. If you could get into being a bartender, you're going to eat. Everybody's going to circle around you. Whole towns are going to be built around the bar, the bartender. Whole cities, whole little cities is going to pop up. You put a saloon or a bar right there. If you put some liquid sugar right there, people is going to pop up around you, because that's all liquor is. When you go to a bar, all those liquors, all the wines, the liquors, all of those items are liquid sugar. That's it. So you put that liquid sugar out, that liquid sugar gonna go, period. You could build a whole town around it. That's where the entrepreneurship was. And you go from the Wild Wild West days to what? To the gangster time. Right? Al Capone. However you want to do it. You know, if you want to go into Harlem Nights movie in your mind, you know what I'm saying? But that whole time period is sugar that they're moving around. Right? And sugar's the bag. Sugar's the bag. Right? On the front end and the back end. Right? On the front end and the back end, sugar is the bag. So it's just this invisible flow of wealth, right? Because you got to get that concept in your mind. Health is wealth, right? So we have such a thing as a company, an incorporation, right? We know that a corporation is a fake person, an artificial person, right? So how can an artificial person get wealthy or amass wealth? Well, it has to be transferred from living souls, right? Living souls has to transfer it over. You know what I'm saying? So Diabetes is the diabetes is the one, right? So anyway, we kind of just, open up a lot of different doors in the conversation in terms of going from the Arab agricultural revolution. We even go into the Crusades, right? We talk about the Crusades and the Templars, right? The Crusades and the Templars was about sugar, right? So a lot of times people miss that. They talk about the Crusades from the perspective of the church, or they're getting into some Masonic Illuminati conspiracy thing. And so they talking about the Templars and woo, woo, woo. And they miss sugar and diabetes. they miss the whole bag. When you're having a Crusades conversation, when you're having a Templar conversation, you have to have a sugar conversation, right? Because the Crusades and the Templars the Templars is, and the sugar is what allows the Templars to become like a early, they were bankers in a sense. You know what I'm saying? The Templars, they started to moving around and getting wealthy. And that's how they amassed power. And that's how eventually they wind up getting killed off. They eventually wind up getting killed off or outlawed, had to go underground, so to speak, because of the sugar, the biological dependence, the ability to turn sugar into gold, right? And the ability to use gold then to amass power. So you have that transfer constantly happening, right? Turning sugar in some form or fashion into gold, and then turning that gold into power over the masses. Now, technology, fast forward, technology has given gold, silver, and copper new ways to exert power over the masses of people, right? But the blueprint's still the same, right? The blueprint is still the same. So we go into the crusade, we open that door up a little bit. Portuguese, Christopher Columbus, the Dutch East India Company, Dutch West India Company. Then we get into the Germans, right? And the Germans start getting money. The Germans start rising to power because the Germans start figuring out. This is where the Germans start figuring out. And this is where Dr. Sebi got the whole idea to, I'm assuming. I think this is where Dr. Sebi got the idea to say that beets was no good, right? Is because Germany used beets to become like a superpower, to get into the sugar game and start getting a lot of money, right? It's in Germany that they pioneer the idea of getting sugar from beets. Cultivating beets, processing beets, getting sugar out of beets. This is in the 1700s, right? So 1700s, you got Germany doing their thing. I believe it's Andreas Margraf, right? Andreas Margraf in 1747 that comes up with, boom, we're going to start getting, we got a whole new program. We're going to start getting sugar out of these beets. right? And shortly after that, within 20 years, we get our first medical school in America. We get our first medical school in America in Philadelphia, mind you, right? And they don't know what the human body is yet. They don't know what the human body is yet. Because we know today, and we take for granted certain things that we know, but we know today that the human body is made out of water, right? So everybody take a moment and go get you some water, right? But we know that the human body is made out of water. I have the right mic on. Yo, okay, yeah. But we know that the human body is made out of water. At the time we had medical school, they did not know that. Right? They did not know that. So we get medical school in 1765. In 1776, in the UK, is when they start to really figuring out diabetes. Right? That is, now, mind you, we know in Kemet, they've been figured out diabetes. I ain't gonna say figured it out, but they had already had a high level of understanding of what diabetes was. And then after Kemet, you have India. India was doing their thing in terms of treating and recognizing diabetes, a couple thousand years ago, right? But in terms of quote unquote modern science, right? Now, mind you, all of this stuff that we're talking about is in the book, right? So you should have your book, right? But anyway, 1776, Matthew Dobson proves that the sweetness in the urine of diabetics is real sugar. As real sugar coming out in people's urine, and this is a part of sickness. This is a part of a disease model that's been killing people, right? So that starts in the UK. Then in the 1800s, right, 1812, you have a Russian chemist, Konstantin Kirchhoff. He discovers how to turn starch into sugar, right? And this is the beginning of the science that's going to lead to high fructose corn syrup, right? So this starts in Russia, right? By the 40s, they start to using the idea of carbohydrate, right? 1840s, right? That's when a guy named Carl Schmidt comes up with the idea of a carbohydrate, right? Like, okay, it's carbon, it's hydrogen, and it's oxygen that makes up these sugars. So now we have a category, 1840s, called carbohydrates, right? So we have medical schools in 1765. We have the creation of or discovery of a carbohydrate 80 years later, right? So now 1857, right? Claude Bernard discovers glycogen, which is human starch, basically, kind of, right? And then in the 1910s, we get the beginning of discovering the electron transport chain. In the 20s, right, they discover insulin. Almost in the 1940s, the Krebs cycle begins to be identified. And then in 1955, we have the game changer. Right? In 1955, we have a game changer, right? And I think that Trump will be, I don't think Trump's going to have a heart attack, but I think the changes that he's made are going to be, like it's going to be a game changer, like President Eisenhower, right? When President Eisenhower has a heart attack in 1955, the medical world, the health world, underground, mainstream, scientists, doctors, they all start having a conversation. And the conversation led to Biden. Well, I shouldn't even say his name first because he was a pup, right? But it led to Richard Nixon and crew. Richard Nixon and crew, creating these narratives along with the private companies at the time because of, again, predictive modeling, right? So they're going to use this tragedy to generate trillions and trillions of dollars because everybody is scared. Up until this time period, presidents was seen in a certain type of way. I'm not going to say like a superhero because they aged and all that with their children, but a president having a heart attack while being a president was crazy. Even today, it'd be crazy. But back then, it was unheard of. Like a president having a heart attack while he's the president, like you looking for somebody to blame. Like, yo, whose fault was that? You know what I'm saying? So they go into this whole thing about there's a whole big debate that breaks out. There's a whole big debate. And yeah, we got to have adult story time. So shout out to the family in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This is all what I've been submerged. I've been submerged in this work. You know what I'm saying? But so Eisenhower has this heart attack, and the whole thing is it fat or sugar that caused the heart attack? What happened, right? Is it fat or is it sugar that caused the heart attack, right? And so in 1967, because this is going back and forth for better than, a decade. In 1967, the sugar boys, the folks that's moving that dope, the sugar boys, they finally decide to end the debate. And they put a little money on it, right? So they go to the most important institution scientifically in America at the time, which is Harvard. And they go to Harvard and drop that bag on them and say, listen, I think it was saturated fat that caused that heart attack. And I think it's saturated fat causing all the heart attacks. And Harvard was like, no, that is not true. We just scientifically cannot justify it. And they said, count that money. And they counted that money. It was like, oh, I see what you're saying. The research is right here. Clearly, it is saturated fat that's causing all the heart attacks. Yeah, clearly that is what is happening right now. So yes, we will definitely be letting the world know through the appropriate channels that sugar is perfectly safe for you. Go ahead and have as much as sugar as you want. Everybody, do not be scared. Going back to living how you was living and making the American, the symbol of America is pie. We forget about that, right? American pie, apple pie. Yeah, going back to sugaring it up. Yeah, sugar it up, right? American symbol of food was apple pie, right? Even to where we get the Nation of Islam, right? What the Nation of Islam do? The Nation of Islam didn't cut down the sugar. No, They just went to bean pie. So we're gonna put a bag of Dominoes in this apple pie, or if you getting with the other side, you know, the ops, we're gonna put a bag of Dominoes in this bean pie. It's a bag of Dominoes going whatever, we putting a bag of Dominoes, however you doing this thing. You're gonna put apples in that baked entree, or you're gonna put beans in that baked entree, but you're gonna put this sugar in there either way, right? So the sugar mafia been in the background, you know. So you gotta know one way or another, you know, and this is how Warren Buffett, and people consider Warren Buffett the best investor in the history of investing. But Warren Buffett just invested in sugar business. Warren Buffett recognized the historical trend, like, wait a minute, wealth is generated with sugar. Last few thousand years, and I don't see this changing, so I'm going to put my money into the sugar business. Wealth is generated from sugar. Sustainable long-term wealth is generated with sugar. So Warren Buffett, you know, he put his money with the sugar folks, and you know, so that's the deal. That's the plan. Now, 10 years later, you get what's called the McGovern Report, right? And it basically tells people, you know, it makes this kind of like law. I ain't gonna say it's law, but it makes it law, because the McGovern Report goes out, you know, the American dietary standard, and it says cut back on the saturated fat, you know, to, you know, double up, triple up, quadruple up. No, it doesn't say that, but it basically says, you know, cut back on the fat and just consume more carbohydrates, right? And then, you know, they play the game. They play the game on people the same way they're doing today, because people are illiterate. You know, people don't want to read. That is the biggest plague that we have to deal with. We have to make America read again. Period. We got to make Africa read again. We got to make Earth read again. Maybe I need to make that. Yeah, I might need to make that. Yeah, I need to make that a thing. Make Earth read again. Let me write that down so I can remember that. Make Earth read again. But that's the thing. So you play on people's ignorance, because we got sugar classified as a carbohydrate. And we know that carbohydrates is the #1 natural food source for humans, designed by nature, God, Yahweh, Allah, Osiris, you name it. Photosynthesis, right? And so processed sugar and ultra processed sugar gets to hide under that same banner as a carbohydrate. And so you get funding that goes into the quote unquote health movement from these same companies to teach people the idea of macros and micros. And built into the framework of that conversation is the idea that it doesn't matter what type of calorie it is, because a calorie is a calorie. Now, we know that calories is totally fake, but the concept that's being taught is a calorie is a calorie. So it doesn't matter whether you have 100 grams of carbs from, you know, salad, or whether you have 100 grams of carbs from cookies, is 100 grams of carbs. So you eventually start to get people coming up with no carb diet, low carb diet, et cetera, till you still have that on the internet. Guys showing you their abs, you know, and like, look, If you want to get this, you got to go on the no carb diet. You know what I'm saying? Not John Q. Public is not paying attention. Wait a minute. My vegetables, my grains, all of my nutrition is in that carb category. Yeah, but you want to look like this, you got to go on a no carb. Mind you, they taking shots in the butt, right? They on steroids or TRT, et cetera, et cetera. So really, the people that you're looking at that are marketing these ideas, their body's going to look like that regardless to what they eat. And some of them even do videos and talk like that. And oh, my metabolism is running so I can eat anything and I'm still going to look like this. Yeah, because you're exercising, 60 hours a week, and you got 2, 3, 4 different types of steroids that you're taking, like it's, but so anyway, sugar hides underneath the carbohydrate banner. And so most people are confused on carbohydrates because they're still using this old concept of macros, right? Which doesn't really specify what's what. And just when I thought we had put a dent in it, it kind of recircled back around because the sugar wars was over, or at least I thought they was anyway, but then we moved to protein, and it was the protein debate, right? And most of the vegans figured that they won the protein war because the argument has been settled that 20 grams of protein is 20 grams of protein, regardless to whether you get it from steak or whether you get it from hemp seeds. Doesn't matter. It's 20 grams of protein. Well, when you apply that logic across the board, it goes fat is fat. Doesn't matter if you got 20 grams of fat from lard or 20 grams of fat from, salmon, fish oil, right? Carbohydrate is a carbohydrate. Doesn't matter if you got the carbohydrate from a bag of Oreos or, a bag of apples. Carbohydrate. So all of that just put John Q. Public back into confusion again. Shout out to my guy, Har1. Shout out to my guy, Har1, starting it up with the $2 super chat. Let's go. Let's go. Let's follow Har1 lead with the super chats. Warren loves his Coca-Cola. Yeah, he's heavily invested in all of them sugar businesses. He's heavily invested in all of them sugar businesses. That's kind of why we have, try to break down this concept of photosynthesis and the Krebs cycle and all that with the visuals so people can kind of see.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki.
Yo. American Hiller. Talk to him. Hey, anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they pay. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein. This a new aesthetic. Flip food and medicine. Bioenergetic. Plan genetics. Plan genetics. Said it 3 times. Let it say it. Plan genetics. Hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin perfect. Eat American, heal a menu, every bite, new sermon, fork to the face. That's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet. You know you got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet. You know you got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing cold in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
So right after the McGovern report, right? 3 years after the McGovern report, that's when high fructose corn syrup becomes the standard sugar, the standard sugar that they put in all of the big foods, right? So it's important again for us to have these timelines to work from so we could be able to look and go, oh, okay, so this leads to this. And then remember, not just to look at statistics or history books. We got to try to talk to real people that was alive. We need to continue to talk to our elders, our aunties, our grandparents. Ask them what was going on. Do not let your mother, your father, your granny, your uncles, don't let these people die without getting their life stories out of them. Do not let your elders die around you without soaking up the game. Let them talk you to death. Ask them, what was it like in the time before you was born? If you was born in the 2000s, like you born in this millennium or whatever, ask them, your elders, what it was like to be alive in the 80s and the 90s, and just let them ramble off. You know what I'm saying? If you born in the 70s and 80s, get with the folks that could tell you what it was like to be alive in the 40s, 50s, and the 60s. You need the real living stories because you'll see patterns. And when you see those patterns, again, you're able to create predictive modeling. That's what they was doing with divining, predicting. This is what the patterns look like. And so all of these moments of tragedy, like Eisenhower having a heart attack or whatever the case may be, somebody's going to use that tragedy to position people and get a bag. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about you learning how to position whatever for a bag, because we probably not in position to really capitalize on a national crisis or whatever the case may be. But at least you will be able to see when you are being positioned. You need to know when you're being positioned, because sometimes a thing is happening and mainstream science is going to say this and that and the other. And then later on, it's going to turn out to be, it was a money grab. And a lot of people got sick or a lot of people died in the process of a money grab. Like when the doctors were selling people cigarettes. The cigarette industry would have never blew up if it wasn't doctors actually selling people the cigarettes. Now they cover that part of history up. They don't want people to know that the cigarette business launched through doctors selling people cigarettes, telling people it was good. Don't worry about it. Cigarette companies became $1 trillion, $1 billion, quadrillion dollar industry. A lot of people got cancers and died and all that. Who you gonna blame? You gotta blame yourself, because you listened to these people. You didn't realize that you was being positioned. You was being positioned. You know what I'm saying? So things happen with people, because remember, you are a herd. You're a herd. People, humans are herd creatures. You're a herd. So you got to know what shepherd is what shepherd. You know what I'm saying? And who's leading you in what direction. You know what I'm saying? Because you get herded. You get herded in this direction. Somebody going to run up a bag on that livestock. Somebody going to run up a bag on that livestock. You know what I'm saying? And it may or may not benefit you. You just don't want to be a person to get hurt in the process. You know what I'm saying? So you want to be able to peep, So when they dropped the McGovern report, a couple years later, they come up with this super sweet, low-cost sweetener that they could put in all the food, high fructose corn syrup. Diabetes starts to skyrocket. Diabetes starts to skyrocket, and then if diabetes is skyrocketing, that means everything attached to diabetes is skyrocketing. Cancer, across the board, autoimmune disease, heart disease, Alzheimer's, brain disease, all these things, because they're all piggybacking on diabetes. Right? So if all of these different disease metrics are now going through the roof, they're becoming a lot more profitable, right? The flip side is obviously people are suffering, but just remember, health is wealth. So because people are losing their health, they're losing their wealth. I want y'all to get it. Because people are losing their health, they're losing their wealth. And somebody's grabbing a hold to it. It's a transfer of wealth. So as all of these sick models go up, it's a way of stripping you, right? And so that's where the belief in the fiat can be dangerous, right? Money is not intrinsically evil unless you don't understand what it is, right? So you believe that the fiat is wealth. You don't understand that you are the wealth. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. That means that the living is wealth. Living beings, living souls. That's where wealth is. That's what wealth is, a living soul, right? So people are getting sick. They're losing their health. That means the wealth is being transferred somewhere. Now, where's the wealth being transferred? It's being transferred into the people that understand this dynamic of health is wealth. You got a bunch of people running around with dirty toenails and sandals and filthy dreads, and they talking about health is wealth, but they're not really doing no real study to it. You know what I'm saying? They respectfully, you know what I'm saying? People get mad with me if they want, but they're not really doing no study to it. They're creating a fake holistic culture of herbal salesmen that don't even really know how herbs work. And it's just a fraud, fake thing. Which is one of the reasons why there's so much health products being sold in America and people not getting healthy. Somebody just contacted me about a brother who needs help because he went to one of the popular online herbal salesmen. I'm not going to say his name. And he spent $5,000 with this guy. $5,000. And his health condition ain't do nothing but get worse. He bought a bunch of them detox kits. I'm not laughing at the brother. I'm just laughing at the fact that sometimes I'll tell people to get books and they be like, yo, these books is expensive. And I'm like, I just got to laugh because the books, if you think the books is expensive, clearly you haven't seen a hospital bill. Clearly, you haven't looked at some of these kits and all of this foolishness these dudes are selling on the internet. Clearly, you haven't looked at these gym packages with these trainers. Like, you haven't seen the other side of it. So, cool. Don't buy the book for $40, $50. Okay. Your ignorance is going to cost you thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. And decades off of your life. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to spend the time to read the books. Okay. Well, the hour or two it may take you a day to sit down and read the book is going to cost you thousands of dollars and potentially decades off your life, because there are people that are making billions and trillions of dollars off your ignorance. Even the fact that we've heard the saying health is wealth a zillion times and we don't understand what it means. It is a business model. And as you lose your health, you lose your wealth. And somebody is positioned to catch it. Yeah, you can't, as you making it rain. Yeah, because as you losing your health, basically you making it rain. That's why I never believed in that saying, I make it rain. I never believed in that. I make it evaporate. Yeah, yeah. You make it rain. I make it evaporate. I'm picking it back up. No. We're not throwing nothing in the air. We're not throwing nothing in the air. But as you're giving away your health, you're giving away your wealth. You technically are making it rain. And there are other people whose business model is to make it evaporate. As you're losing your health, they're finding it right into their wallet. And they have predictive models. Oh, this person has cancer. Great. So we know we can get this amount of money off of this person until they're dead. Oh, they got the kidney, whatever. Oh, we know we can generate this amount of money. What stage they in? Okay, cool. That's why a lot of times they promote catching it early, because they don't get to make any money off you until you diagnose. The earlier you get diagnosed, the deeper they can get into that bag. Yeah. Think about it. If it's incurable, what does earlier diagnosis mean? Oh, I get to spend more money with you. And trust me, I be making these jokes about my mom mostly. Yeah, me and my moms be going at it on the phone. I'd be cracking up. She'd be like, they told me I need to go back for another surgery. I'm like, Mom, I keep trying to explain to you this business model. They are upselling. Okay, you got to understand. They are upselling, and you are a great customer. So health is wealth. Yeah. So if you keep your health, right, you keep your wealth. You lose your health, somebody else is getting it. Right? They're churning that, and sugar has been the primary vehicle for that transference of wealth for the last 2,000 years, maybe. Yeah. Definitely since the inception of Islam, because they funded Islam with sugar and slavery, period. So Islam begins soon as they got the Quran. I don't even think they got a Quran yet. They're making the Quran as they doing their sugar thing. Like the sugar and the Quran goes together. So they fund that whole movement with what they find in the pyramid. Actually, before you even get there. Yeah. Because they run in the sugar in the plantations before they blow a hole in the pyramid. Yeah. So the whole Islam is comes up off of sugar and slavery. That's the thing that initially funds Islam. So you don't even have any of these Islamic wars or Moorish, that whole paradigm of, these large Muslim armies taking over different places. Armies need funding. Armies need funding. That's how armies work. Usually, historically, the army, no matter what the war is, usually the side that has the best funding is the side that's going to win, right? Because wars are fought over concepts. Concepts don't bleed. So a concept can't die. A concept can't get shot or blown up, right? So as long as you have a concept, an idea, whichever idea has the most funding, or whichever side of an idea has the most funding, typically is the one that wins the war, And so Islam, they had the African slave trade popping with the sugar first. So before we get into Europeans, it's Islam that created the best model for sugar plantations and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So when we talk about the fact that Africans sold Africans into slavery, we got to remember, before there was cotton, there was sugar. Before there was cotton, there was sugar. So selling folks into slavery has to have a cause, right? You got to have something to do with all these slaves, right? So the business model that required slave labor, particularly African slave labor, is the sugar plantation, because you need to be in a hot place for the sugar plantation. And although there was white slaves and, all kinds of slaves, Asian slaves, et cetera, because you need this to be done in a hot place, it's not that long before they figure out the darker skinned slaves work best. The darker skinned slaves work best because they're able to take the conditions. They're able to take the sun, and you're able to get more work out of them in the sun. Whereas lighter skinned people, and definitely white folks, because Irish folks was catching hell, right? Because they was out there enslaved in the plantations and all that. But they died off a lot faster, so their value wasn't as high. They would last maybe 4 years. All this stuff is documented, right? But they would last maybe 4 years on a plantation before they die. Where you get a good, healthy African slave, you might get 10 years out of them in the sugar plantation, because the sugar plantations was rough. You know what I'm saying? So typically, your slave died inside of 10 years. Like, that was the lifespan of a slave, 3 to 10 years in the sugar plantations. And white folks was on the early end of that. So they were bad investments. So again, some things that may look like racism in hindsight may not all have been racism. You know what I'm saying? Because you definitely had white folks was enslaved in the sugar fields, but it was just a bad investment. So if you had a plantation, you didn't want to purchase no white slaves because it was a low turnover. It didn't make sense. You're just going to need to buy new slaves immediately, you know what I'm saying, to replace them. So you wanted to get, Africans or black folks, Caribbeans, you know what I'm saying? You wanted to get some dark-skinned people to work in those plantations. Okay, all right. We got a few people in the chat. Yeah, nobody know we live. we ain't been live in a month. Nobody know we live. We ain't been live in a month. The algorithm is like, oh, you want to go live all of a sudden? So we gotta warm it up. You know what I'm saying? Then we got Unc going live every day, spreading misinformation to the people and all that. Yeah. But I've been around though, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to A1, shout out to Killer Priest, shout out to Knowledge, shout out to Sunshine. So I've been on a few different platforms. Okay. We got Paul. Yeah, Paul, I appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, Paul for the duck. Paul twice. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Paul twice. Definitely quadruply super appreciated. Yeah. We got hard one, led the pack. Like, hold up. This is how we supposed to do this, family. We supposed to appreciate the information with the super chat. And then we got Paul came in with the 10, and then nobody followed Paul, so Paul had to follow Paul. Nobody followed Paul, so Paul had to follow Paul. Great way to be a leader, Paul. Great way to be a leader, Paul. Yeah. We gotta show how it's done. You know what I'm saying? We gotta show them how it's done, right? So, ooh, hold on. Let me get my charger. This thing is about to die. Hold up.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over. Spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over. Rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay.
Beatles! All right, so then we have a lot of masonry in the book. We have a lot of masonry in the book, right? There's a lot of masonry in the book. And the reason, okay, yeah. Talk heavy. Gratitude is the attitude. Being thankful for the small things can take you a long way. That's a bar right there. I like that. So I'm appreciative of the 5, and I'm appreciative of the bar that went along with it. And we're gonna recap. We're gonna recap the money train, starting with hard one. right? We're going to start with hard one. Then we're going to go with Paul, learning his life. And then we're going to go with Paul again. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The Cash App link is $ Minister Inky. So trust me, you are not the only person that hope you got the right one. But I definitely appreciate it. For real, for real. Yeah. Chantina said, I hope I got the right one. $ Minister Inky. Right? We go into Masonry. We talk about some ideas. We talk about some ideas in terms of just trying to think of how I want to word it. You know, we had a lot of Illuminati, right? And we're going to get into the book. So we're going to get into the detail and all that. But we got a lot of Illuminati conspiracy theory people. And there's a lot of books, a lot of content, empty books generated around, like Washington, D.C. is a famous example. D.C. is probably the best example that I can give you, right? And people go into, you know, the fact that, Philly is a great example as well. Philly is more hidden though, but Philly is absolutely heavily, you know, that's a heavy Masonic city. That is a heavy Masonic city. You know, one of the things that we miss is that when we had this whole period of the North versus the South, you know, what would eventually become the Democrats and the Republicans, right? The South is the pro-slavery white folks, and the North is the anti-slavery white folks. Now, obviously, you got to mix in different places, but just to simplify stuff, right? And so the South, the Southern folks that become your Democrats, those are your pro-slavery folks. And they're still like that to the day. This is why Joe Biden was such a, you know, he was seen as a great Democratic politician, you know, because he constantly put, he increased slavery. You know, that was his big thing. Especially with the crime bill that he was able to pass, you know, when you understand that slavery has been abolished except for the convicted felon, right? To be able to increase the arrests and not just increasing the arrests in the Black community, but what the charges will be, what the convictions are. So whereas in other communities, some of these things might be misdemeanors, in the urban community, we want to hurry up and slap that first felony on them. We want to hurry up and slap that first felony on them because then now we increasing the slave population. You know what I'm saying? So he was rewarded ultimately with his work of the 97 crime bill by becoming president. But anyway, when you think about that divide between the South and the Northeast part of America becomes the beacon for education, right? Not only because Harvard is in the Northeast part of America, but it just becomes the place where education is popping at. The West was considered wild, untamed. You know, the South was slaves. The people who owned slaves were in many cases less educated than the slaves because they didn't see a reason to educate themselves. Why would I read? I don't need to read. I have wealth. I own property. I own people. You know, like I'm good. So the slaves, they were doing their thing, risking life and limb, usually in the back of the churches. So churches became like an invisible college system or school system. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so the Northeast became that, you know, that education capital for the country. And Masonry played a big role in that, you know, behind the scenes though. So this is why you get Philadelphia as one of the, you know, people that know, they know, you know, people that know, they know. But Philly is like a super crazy, but that was also the place where like escaping slaves wanted to get to. So these things are not happening in a separate universe. Philadelphia is the Masonic capital. It's also the free Black people, you know, like it's those things are happening together, right? Which is where you get, you know, some Prince Hall kind of, you know, so there are a lot of histories that we kind of learn separately, but we need to put them together because they all happened in reality at the same time in the same place. So a lot of time we'll learn separate histories and separate stories, and we're not able to reconcile them as a reality in our minds because we learned them separate, so they stay separate. We need to be able to put these things together. So in the intro to the book, we kind of lay out some things that we get later on in more detail into in the book, like when we get all these conspiracy theories, they always lay out one thing, like it's always consistent. They will take you to a place like Philly, or more prominently, a place like Washington, D.C., because obviously America is run from D.C., right? And they'll show you the layout. Washington, D.C. is laid out on a Masonic, you know, it's Masonic, it's a whole Masonic program and boo, boo, boo. The design of DC was design, the architects were Masons and they laid it based on Masonic principles. And look at this, and the Masonic architecture of the streets and this and that, it goes into the astronomy and it matches with the stars and boo, boo, boo. And I mean, I'm not going to say that's empty. I guess I kind of already did say that's empty, nonsensical information, but it's incomplete. It's just incomplete, right? Because why is it that Masons are designing a layout of a city to somehow match what's happening in the stars? That's the more important part of the story. Like, why is that happening? Why is that happening? And why is it that a group of people that have no global power are able to come into global power after they're able to pull that off? To ask that question again. Why is it that a group of people with no global power are able to become a global power after building these types of cities that mimic or have some sort of blueprint design relationship with what's going on in the stars? Right? That's the questions we supposed to be asking. Yeah, that's where the info, that's what we're supposed to be figuring out. Yeah. That's the bag right there. And again, why does these blueprints come from Kemet? Right? Because we can see the most simple design is the 3 pyramids. Boom. We look up. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Orion's belt. Okay. Yeah. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? Oh, they wanted to mark a time period when they build the pyramids. That's what they did. See, that we don't even realize when our ancestors are being dumbed down. No, they didn't want to. They didn't make an astronomical alignment out of pyramids. They didn't build pyramids to mark a holiday. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna build the pyramids so they know that we built the pyramids at this day. So they'll be marking the what the stars are doing. That's crazy. You know how much work it takes to build a pyramid? We still can't even build pyramids. So you know what kind of work it takes to build a pyramid? There's no reason to do that. They could have just declared a national. Everybody, today's a holiday. I'm the Pharaoh. I said it. Mark it down on your calendars. Today is really important. We're not building multiple pyramids to mark a day. Like, no. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand that. And then, you know, it was an incredible job. It was an incredible job to take the obelisk or the obelisk, you know, however people want to pronounce it, obelisk, from Kemet, and then ship them around, right? So we're going to take the obelisk and we're going to ship these joints around. We're going to move one from Kemet to France. Boom, put that right there. And we're going to take one we're going to put one in, you know, Central Park. You know, like this is crazy work to be done. Think about it. If you just wanted a design, if it didn't have a function, like I just want to establish that. If the obelisk did not have a function, that continues to function to today. Right now, if the obelisk did not have a function, there would be no purpose in moving it from one continent all the way to a whole nother continent. Now, because the function is not public information, does not mean it's not a function. Because you can't Google the function or you can't Gemini or ChatGPT the function doesn't mean there's not a function. That just means the function is not public information. But there's absolutely a purpose to moving these things from one continent all the way strategically to certain different places. You know what I'm saying? So we got to train our mind to catch those other details. You know what I'm saying? Like the most interesting thing about the Rothschilds, for instance, right? Here's a crazy, interesting little caveat about the Rothschilds, because we all get hung up on the fact that the Rothschilds are Jewish, right? But what nobody pays attention to is that the Rothschilds are German. They're Jewish people born in Germany. So these are German Jewish people. Okay, never mind. Well, Central Park and the obelisk. Right? There's multiple obelisks in Manhattan. There's 2 more. So you got one in Central Park, and then you got 2 more. And those 3 obelisks is lined up the same way the 3 pyramids is in Giza. Right? Because they have a function. Right? Because they have a function. So that's what we want to get into with this concept of meteorology, right? We want to get into those functions. Human behavior. Do we need to talk about human behavior? We do get into that in the book, right? From Pavlov to Sigmund Freud to Edward Bernays, we go into that bag. Dan Kennedy, we go into that bag. I'm just scanning through the different intros in the book. I'm just jumping through the intros in the book. So before we start digging into the book. Oh, here's a very, very, this is a very big part of the conversation in the book. Time is created in the heart, right? Time is created in the heart. Biology is not separate from the planet's atmosphere, right? Biology is not separated from the planet's atmosphere. So we talked about this, I want to say last week or the week before a little bit, but I'm going to repeat that 1,000 times till it's drilled into people's brains so we get it. Right? That is probably one of the most important things in Kemetic science or in the biblical narrative, right? Is that you become a living soul when you join into the atmosphere, right? Yeah, we're gonna go super. When I say super deep into that concept, we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna go crazy. You gotta give me a few days. Okay, so we talk about that. The brain being a spatial organ. Okay, we talked about that. Of course, we're going to get into the ionosphere, right? So we're going to get into the ionosphere, plasma, and how that interacts with the magnetosphere, and how in the body, your blood plasma carries those very same ions and interacts with the heart's electromagnetic field. So the same thing you have happening above, you have happening not necessarily below, but inside, right? So within the Russian doll scheme of things, the above would just be outside and the below would be inside, right? So synchronizing those fields is the reason why for a long time our economy has been known that the economy follows solar behavior. So they try to track solar behavior. Politicians are aware that when there are particular sun cycles, there is global unrest. There's more protesting and people are more, people go against the system. People are harder to control during certain solar cycles. So being able to predict those time periods allows them to position so this is all of this is, some people are surprised to see certain things happening on the news, Minnesota and all this stuff with, the ice and the whoop and people protesting and the government fighting against the government and all that. It looks crazy, but if you pay attention to the solar cycles of, you know, just this is just this is what's supposed to be happening right now. Like, oh, they building up the Nazis in Arkansas. This is just what's supposed to be happening right now. Period. This is just how it goes in this type of cycle. This is the period in the cycle we're in. Right? This is just the period in the cycle we're in. So knowing what type of cycle we're in, you know, should help you figure out what you should be doing. What you should be doing. How can you mind your business? Right? Not mind your business in the sense of like rude or like, but how can you pay attention to what you got going on to, you know, self-development? Make sure that you and your babies, you know, are out of the way, and at least to the best we can. You know what I'm saying? Stuff's still gonna happen. Life gonna be lifing. Life is still gonna be lifing, but how can you best put you and yours out of the way? Right? So we go into that. And then we go into our preface or our preface, right? And our preface says, the historical pattern is consistent and repeatable. When knowledge of consciousness, emotion, and rhythm is divorced from ethics and regeneration, it becomes a weapon. Theology did not become dangerous because it was wrong. It became dangerous because it was incomplete. The same insights that can heal the nervous system, stabilize a society, or align humans with natural cycles can also be inverted to dominate populations when extracted from their scientific grounding, right? So what I'm talking about here is kind of what we see play out every day on YouTube, especially in the dark, well, I ain't gonna say the dark sector, but the black sector on YouTube is, I can't even say the black sector. We started it, right? Shout out to Sonetta, House of Consciousness, right? But it's expanded. So now you have the quote unquote religious debates is popping. You know what I'm saying? And I can't even say a white sector because you got a Christian sector, you got a younger group, like you got a whole bunch of different people, all of these people. Sonetta was the first one to do it though. Shout out to him. He didn't know what he was starting. The same way I could look at how we started the urban vegan, you know what I'm saying? And it was just too big for us to control. I think the online religious debates was too big for SA to control. You know what I'm saying? Because it's everywhere now. It's even in other countries and all over the place. People arguing in other languages. It's crazy to see something you make up grow past you and without you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so, but that whole thing is based on the fact that some people, when they look at religion or theology, which is the foundation of religion, they only see the side of it that is used to control people, control the masses, keep people dumb, keep people impoverished. And that's not necessarily from the text, because there's no religious text that would have survived if that's what was in the text. This book is to keep you dumb, deaf, and blind. Study it every day. Like that would have never worked, right? But then you have those people, which are, there's millions of those people who look at religious texts that way, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, or whatever the case may be. And then you have people who look at religious texts another way, right? When they look at the religious text, they see an empowering document. They see a blueprint to life. They see the complete opposite. So, whether people can articulate it at the same level, right, which makes for fun edutainment, right, because you can learn something from those types of debates. But because their ability to articulate and their degree of proficiency in terms of studying is at different levels, creates for good show. You know what I'm saying? Especially better than TV. YouTube has taken over, you know what I'm saying, TV. So TV is now like extinct. People don't even buy TVs for TV. People buy TV so they can watch YouTube on it or do whatever they're doing computer-wise or whatever. But nobody's really watching like Channel 2, Channel 4, and Channel 7, or like that's gone. The downside to that is now we have a lot more forced commercials on YouTube to watch. But yeah, so YouTube is now taking over TV. But that's the conversation. It's the general perspective that people see religious text from. Some people see it as an empowering document or potentially empowering document or system of living, whatever the text is, whichever part of the text they subscribe to, right? Because you have some people are into the Bible, some people are into the New Testament, some people are just into the first 5 books of the Bible, and then you have a zillion different like Muslim, so it's always going to be that Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad, whatever your documents are, one of the new songs that we just put out, we kind of have, for one God, for the book, right? We kind of go through, we just show all of the different religious texts, because in America, I don't think that people get, you know what I'm saying? Like people don't get a good purview of all of the different, like you think this is all there is, but it's not. And you can't really get a good idea of what's in the books or what's meant to be conveyed in the text until you kind of familiarize yourself with a bunch of the other texts. Because if your idea is, I studied religion because, I've studied the Quran and the Bible, you got another thing coming. There's a lot more religious texts. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find something. Because there's a lot more religion than the Quran and the Bible. Like that is not. The full panorama. Okay, so let's go into. Don't go nowhere with you right now. I just want to show y'all what I'm talking about.
Breathe in my lungs. Breathe that you chose. One God. One God. One God. One God. Breathe in my lungs. Breathe that you chose. I fall, I rise. You already know. Hands that are shaking, heart that has run. Still I keep hearing only one. One God, 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 one God. Crowds and their idols, voices collide. I close my eyes, noise dies inside. Name that is steady, love that won't stop. When I am empty, you are enough. One God, 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 one God. When I'm broken, when I'm lost, still the same name on my tongue. Every season, every cause, still the same song on my tongue. One God, 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 one God. Oh, 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 oh. Same son, we live forever. Devil flag, we live forever. One law, young squad. Immortal, one God, one law. Young squad. We live forever, one God. We live forever, young squad, we never die. One God, same sun, same mind, different flag, same design. We live forever. Young squad, immortal, one God, one law. Young squad, we live forever, one God, one law. Young squad, we never die, one God. All I need is one God. All I need is one God. Oh, all I need is one God. Oh, all I need is one God. Oh, all I need is one God. Yeah. Hey, Mason City line straight, compass in the street. Obelix talking when you know how to read. Hey. DC marble glow, but the roots go deep. Before stars and stripes, kings never sleep. Ray on the sky, never blink, never tide. Pyramid rising, capstone rise high. Currency green like the guy reborn. Life in the blood every time it's torn. We never die, we live forever. Eat right, get your shit together. Holding you down, handle your business. Moving books door to door and witness. When it witness, one witness. Holding you down, handle your business. We got the word, we got the logos. Got incorporated running promos. Yeah. They said it's new, but it's ancient code. Kemetic truth in a different road. Names change, but the symbol stay. Race still move the same way. All I need is one God. 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 Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated, divine automated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake gold, built on the square, inch and breath in the modern era. Kemetic to DC, same language discreetly. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front lines. Same sun, same eye, different flag, same design. One law, young squad, immortal. One God, one law, young squad. We live forever. One God, one law, young squad. We never die, one God. Founding fathers, aprons tight, talking in symbols, never outright. Oblong square, vessel seal. What's concealed is what's revealed. 13 steps, never random. Body reform, power tandem, falcon flying. King still reign, just swap the throne for a paper chain. Christ, armor, flesh, sparkle set. Plan harvest, rep, plan charter set. Blueprint, I carve and etch. One God, the grand architect. Forever meet alive, break, keep the high straight. Him, serving from 158. Hey, they pray one way, build another. Son got dressed a founding father. Different books, same divine math. Same straight line, same sacred path. All I need is one God, yeah.
All I need is one God. 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 Incorporated, divine automated, incorporated, divine automated, incorporated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake code, built on a square, inch and breadth, and I'm out in there, Kemetic DC. Same language discreetly. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front line. Bridge green means life, power moves. Energy flows when the people choose. Not superstition, not pretend. Just old ideas that never end. Mason speaking layer tone. It's the carved in the bone. If you know, you know. If not, you cold. Truth don't need belief, that's the post. All I need is one God. 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 Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated, divine automated, incorporated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake code, built on a square, inch and breadth, and I'm out in there, Kemetic DC. Same language discreet. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front line. Same sun, same mind, different flag, same design. One law, young squad, immortal. One God, one law, young squad. We live forever. One God, one law, young squad, we never die, one God.
So yeah, I get the concept, I think. If not, I know people was at work. I'm getting a lot of people, Kyle, M4, etc. Like, yo, we got to catch the replay. We're just tapping in. Well, this might be a long video to catch on the replay. This might be a long video. I don't know. We're going to see how long we cooking. Right? But anyway, so we have that battle between people who look at religious texts or theological texts, right? I think we should start to use the term theology and theological in place of religion, because for me, it helps to put things in the proper perspective. But that's the big problem, right? That's the big problem. So I'm gonna go back and start the preface again, read that again, and then we'll go through it. The historical pattern is consistent and repeatable. When knowledge of consciousness, emotion, and rhythm is divorced from ethics and regeneration, it becomes a weapon. Theology did not become dangerous because it was wrong. It became dangerous because it was incomplete. The same insights that can heal nervous systems, stabilize societies, or align humans with natural cycles can be inverted to dominate populations when extracted from their scientific grounding. So when you remove the science from theology, that's when you have ignorant people blindly following an empty system, regardless to where that system is based. So this is how you can have large groups of people following the Bible and not being nourished, right? When we talk about health being wealth, nourishing means to build that health, self-development, right? They're not being nourished by what they're following in the Bible. In fact, for them, their health is being stolen, their time, their attention, their mind, their heart, their life, their value is being stolen by through the Bible or the Quran or whatever the case, whatever, right? You've seen this, but I can't even pronounce all of those different religious texts. And so they get a certain perspective on it, right? But then you have people who have amassed huge fortunes. They're very wealthy, whether these are individual people, right? that are saying, hey, I built my fortune based on the principles in the Bible or the principles in the Quran or whatever the case may be. Or you have groups of people that have become collectively wealthy, or collectively they're living to old age, right? So like when you look at the Jewish people in America, you know, on one conversation, you could say they're wealthy because maybe they have money or banks or whatever you think the perception is in terms of their finances. But the flip side is they're usually number one or number two in terms of who is actually living the longest as a group in America. So even if you look at health being wealth, they're also living the longest. So even in terms of health, they're living the longest in America. So however, whatever metric you use to measure wealth by, you know, they're using the principles that they're gathering from the book, and they're doing, you know, they making it do what it do. So when that happens, people automatically have to assume like there's some secret something going on, right? And so they go, oh yeah, but that's because they're using Kabbalah with the Bible. Yeah, so we ain't getting into the Kabbalah. They're using some kind of other magic or something or other. And some of that is kind of true, but it's not exactly true, right? Because if John Q. Public knew, then they probably would tap in. Right? But this is how we have these different perspectives. It's because one group of people may be using text intact in its original form. In the other group of people, you know, they may be using the text in a incomplete, you know, in an incomplete, you know. So in the 20th century, mass psychology demonstrated this inversion of religious texts with brutal clarity. Emotional contagion, rhythmic speech, imagery, collective identity became a tool to entrain crowds into a single oscillatory state, right? Understanding the nature of the wave allows you to brainwash large groups of people when they do not understand the nature of the wave, right? And this is where you get into Pavlov and Sigmund Freud and Edward Bernays and all this other, you know, all of these people who tapped into psychology as a way to get into finance, right? They pioneered certain ways of tapping into people's psychology in order to convert that into wealth of some sort, right? Repetition, synchronized attention, right? Fear amplified, ritual spectacle, right? This is applied wave mechanics operating on the human nervous system. Applied wave mechanics operating on the human nervous system, right? So when emotion is driven faster than cognition, you're put into a slave space, right? So this is the dark path that theology went down when, you know, observation became control, right? When theology is originally built on breath, rhythm, symbols, you know, wave mechanics in terms of being applied from the person, from the individual outward, right? for self-development, wave mechanics applied on the individual is oppression. I want you to hear that. Wave mechanics applied by the individual out into the world is self-development, self-empowerment. Wave mechanics applied on the individual is oppression. So this is where you get, again, certain perspectives. Now, if you grow up in a system where typically you come from a group of people that know how to use that system on others, and so it's a self-sustaining system of wealth and longevity, and just not necessarily the things per se, but the things that come along with it, right? Good healthcare, good education, very low stress in your life. Very low stress in your life. That's one of the things that isn't really discussed about the different lifestyles, coming out of the hood, so to speak, versus the suburbs, right? You come out of the hood versus the suburbs. Well, there's so much stress in making it or feeding your family or just being able to just make the bill and the rent, like there's so much stress. You don't realize it until you get 40 years old, 50 years old, or 60 years old. You don't realize it. Because in that window, people coming out of the neighborhood are dying. They're dying, and they're dying like senior citizens. The cancers and the heart attacks is on from 40 to 60. To whereas people who had a more chill lifestyle that they could enjoy, less stress, they weren't worried about every single light bill every single month. Every 3 days, they weren't worried about where they was going to get groceries from. Like that wasn't a constant juggle. Well, they don't have those same problems popping up until the 60 to 90 window, or 60 to 80. So where your window is going to be 40 to 60, there's going to be 60 to 80. And so again, health is wealth. That's wealth, longevity, being able to get an extra 20 years out of life, especially if the 20 years is, surgery and medicine free, and I live in a community now where that is on my mind. Like I see that every day and I'm like, man, I don't know, hopefully, but I'm on borrowed time. My heart stopped 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So, but I just look around at like a lot of the people in my neighborhood. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. All these strong, healthy old folks. And, a lot of my family members ain't making it. Friends too, they just ain't making it. You know what I'm saying? They're not making it because of the abuse of certain, and it's not even just lifestyle, because when we say lifestyle, well, it is lifestyle, but what I want to say is it's not voluntary lifestyle choices always. You know what I'm saying? You come into situations where, your dad selling drugs, your mom on welfare, you know what I'm saying? Or your mom on drugs, or you were born into foster care, or you adopted, or like you didn't really, those ain't chosen lifestyle paths. You know what I'm saying? You was kind of handed that. And so now you scrapping the next 20, 30 years, 40 years to get out of that scenario. And then when you have your babies, to put them in a space where they're not handed down that, you know what I'm saying, that same starting line position, that puts an invisible wear and tear on your body. It's an invisible wear and tear on your body that doesn't pop up until you get to your 40s and 60s. There's no disease to call it. There's no name for it. It's just an invisible wear and tear. You know what I'm saying? To whereas you have to take time sometime just to chill. You know, one of the things that I used to love to do, and this is, I ain't even gonna say pre-COVID, this is pre-court case for me, you know what I'm saying? Before I was caught up in divorce court, custody battle, you know, and I was doing my lectures, like this is when we still had the Chitlin circuit, you know what I'm saying, of consciousness, you know what I'm saying, where you had 20 cities in America where you could be at any given weekend. And, you know, if you had a name, if you had a, you know, something you had going on, you could be somewhere teaching, doing a lecture. And in certain places, I wouldn't even get a hotel room. I would just go to King Spa or King Spa affiliate. You know what I'm saying? King Spa or King Spa affiliate. All right. Matter of fact, let me look up. I think that's a value for me to look that up for y'all, just in case you don't know what that is. Let me see what they got going on. I haven't been to King Spa in a long time. Let me see. King Spa locations. Share this. King Spa. Okay, let's do it like that. King Spa currently operates 4 primary locations in the United States: Chicago, Dallas, New Jersey, and Northern Virginia. Yeah, that's why I say King Spa and King Spa affiliates, because there's some affiliate locate, like other, you know, like the off brand of King Spa. But if you live in these places where King Spa is and you never been to King Spa, you are playing yourself. So Dr. Inky is telling you right now to go to King Spa. And if you in New York, go to Jersey. King Spa is a hop, skip, and a jump from New York, right over the bridge in Jersey, right? But you got Chicago, you got Dallas, right? And I want y'all to see the address and the phone numbers and all that, right? Then you got Jersey, right? Palisades Park. You can call them up. Okay, they not 24/7. That's interesting. Then you got Northern Virginia. And like I said, there might be some affiliates where you at, because they got some affiliates in Cali. I don't know the names of them, but they got King Spa locations, King Spa affiliates, which mean what I'm saying by saying King Spa affiliate is it is the exact same type of place, right? It's the same type of place. And so King Spa is a huge building, like it's big enough that they have a movie theater inside there. You know what I'm saying? And you spend the night in there. They got different types of like they got hot tubs, they got the cold tubs, they got the massages, and they got different types of heated rooms. They even got the cold therapy, the igloo room. They got salt bath, they got everything in there you could think of. Everything in there. The skin brushing, the everything you could think of in terms of a spa. And I think it's really inexpensive. It starts like 30, 40 bucks. 30, 40 bucks. And then there's some things that you have to pay for to add on, but that stuff you get, you know, a little facial, $3 or whatever. I'm sure the prices have went up, but these are things that you need to do to offset the everyday grind. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if you got the Monk Manual book, you need to be able to just take it down in the crib, you know, and do your thing there. But, you know, hitting the spa is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And spa is different from, you know, like, you know, doing your nails or something like that. You know what I'm saying? The spa is different. You know, that's even though it's kind of sometimes marketed the same, you know what I'm saying? So you can get it a little twisted. But, you know, you go into a nail place or a hair place, that's not a spa. Spa is hot tub. You get naked in the spa. Yeah, you're going in the spa to get naked or get down into your bathing suit. You know what I'm saying? You're going into some hot water, some jacuzzi, some hot rocks, massage, or all kind of crazy stuff. But, you know, just stuff to really like, not necessarily pamper you, but to try to, you know, just reset the body's internal stress settings. You know what I'm saying? Put that thing all the way back to zero. And children can go as well. So y'all know how I roll. There would have been no way I would have been in them places if I couldn't take my children. Even though I used to go on the road, but still, you can definitely take children. So your whole family could go into the spa with you. Yeah. Yo, that's a super fact. That's a super fact. You know what I'm saying? People be 2 minutes walking distance and don't want to walk to the locate. Listen. So, but just on this theology thing, because you know, that's a big part of the book, is that the science is stripped out of our theology systems. You know what I'm saying? Especially here in the States. And so it gets crazy. It gets crazy when we look at, you know, like maybe the Chinese community or the Jewish community who are both able to thrive, but they're not thriving. And we look at them like the Chinese community, the Jewish community, we look at them as economic examples, right? And this is where it gets crazy. You know, because we've had people tell us that we need to get our economics together and we need to learn how to circulate the dollar in the Black community and all kinds of stuff like this. And it's usually Chinese people or Jewish people as the example. If you're in a smaller pocket, like I know in New York, a lot of times we could look at Spanish people because Spanish people get busy. They get busy, period. You see it in New York. I mean, like pop, 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 pop. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy that get the grocery store, he gonna have that grocery store for a little while. Then his girlfriend, his aunt, his sister, somebody, they getting ready to get the telecommunications joint right next to it. And somebody getting ready to put the hair salon. And before you know it, they're gonna get ready to put the taxi cab place right. They getting ready to get that whole thing with the hair salon. That's gonna all be different. So, but that's in New York. I'm not sure if you know how that plays out in other places, but most people, they use Chinese people or Jewish people as an example of how to do your economic thing or your community thing. And with them, it's religion, it's theology. You know, it's theology, it's religion that is the thing that allows them to move that way. They're not moving that way, you know, outside of theology or religion. When you go to the nail salon or a hair salon, if it's Korean or Chinese, the first thing you see is an altar. If you don't see the altar, you're going to see Buddha or whatever they program. You're going to see that on the walls. You're going to see that in the business. As soon as you walk in the business, that's the first thing that's going to greet you is their theology, their religious system, their spiritual system is the first. Before you can even get to do business with them, the first thing you're going to interface with is their deity in some shape, form, or fashion. Right. And so we have trouble wrestling with that. And maybe it's because of slavery. Right. Maybe it's because of slavery. We've been put off, to the concept of that because, we feel whatever the case may be. Or maybe we had lost that long before slavery, which put us in the position to be enslaved. Right. Because when we think about it, like we go back to the Muslims were doing their thing in the name of Islam. Right. So they were enslaving. So you have so here you have a space where you can remove white folks from blame or victim at all. And you can go, okay, well, you have a system of black people using religion to empower themselves on top of slaves as well as enslave. So you got black folks that are being enslaved by other black folks, and the name is in the name of religion. Right. So white folks don't have nothing to do with that. Right. They setting up the sugar plantation. They chopping folks' heads off, setting them on fire, all that. No white folks involved. This is black on black. Right. Islam. Right. But there are people still today that love Islam. It's a beautiful thing for them. They recognize the beauty in it. And maybe because historically their people have benefited from, the adventures of Islam. Some people, they despise Islam, and this doesn't have anything to do with the color, it's just traditionally they may have been on the other side of, those Islamic adventures. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get past that for the self-development purpose, whether it's Islam, or some form of, Christianity or Catholicism or whatever it is, and just get back to the science part. Because the craziest part of it is now you got folks running around and they're saying that, spirituality and science don't mix, which is crazy. Which is super crazy, especially people that are supposed to be like Kemetic scholars. When you have a Kemetic scholar says that religion or spirituality and science doesn't mix, you have to be able to say to yourself, this is a gatekeeper or a fraud. It's not another thing. There's not another choice. It's a gatekeeper or a fraud. One of the two, period. Something is up with you. That's an instant red flag. Because you can't be a Kemetic scholar, right? Because you could be a regular person, but you can't be a Kemetic scholar and think that. You can't be a part of the Kemetic ideology. You can't be a Kemetic. You definitely can't be a Kemetic priest or practitioner and think like that. Because that means that you, and when I say fraud, not necessarily in a disrespectful way, but, pretending like you really understand it and you don't, just a fraud to the information, like, because you clearly can't. Because it's one and the same, which is the reason why the early church fathers, right? The reason why the early church fathers, one of the reasons is for power and colonization, but the other side to the early church fathers forbidding anybody to study nature is because nature occupied the same space as God. Period. So it was almost like circumventing God in a way. God controls the weather. God is the weather. In the Bible, God is the weather. In the Bible, God is the weather, right? So that's one of the main differences in the Bible and Quran, right? In the Quran, Allah is the cause of weather. In the Bible, God is the weather, right? So it's not possible unless you don't understand what science is, right? Because science is the study in the basic, to simplify, science is the study of nature and your environment, So it's not possible for religion or theology to be separate from science because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah. God is the answer as opposed to nature or, you understanding energy movement, or at some space you may get to the point where you understand that both of those things can occupy the same space, depending on what, where your level of study is, right? Because at a certain point, you go so far down the rabbit hole, you come out the other side of the rabbit hole. And then you be able to recognize sometimes what level of development some folks are at in their study. Be like, oh, well, this is this. And then, oh, okay. You right there? Okay. Keep going. Keep going. You know what I'm saying? Keep going. I'll see you when you get to the other side. Right? Which is the reason why when you have, systems put together like masonry, they, you study in degrees. So that way you don't hurt anybody else's self-development. Wow. Or hurt your own. Right? You're able to progress and work at a certain level while not stopping somebody else from doing their thing as they're experimenting with information in a certain pocket, and you're able to tailor the information to the audience, which is what a good teacher is supposed to do, right? Because if you're speaking over the head of your audience, you're wasting your time anyway, right? So you've got to be able to meet your audience where they at, and then through conversation, through teaching, through discourse, you bring them up, right? You raise them, right? Let me see if we could pull up something just so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Maybe everybody's not aware of that. Okay. So if you type in, if you just go to Google and type this in, right? If you go to Google and type in Yahweh Storm God, and I'm typing it in just like that. So I'm giving Google like the least, like I'm not prodding Google to look in any specific direction, right? You just type in Yahweh as a storm god. And it'll give you the history, right? It'll give you the history. You can walk it down, right? You can walk it down and tap into, different levels of scholarship, right? You can go different levels of scholarship, but anybody who knows the history on Yahweh, right? They will give you that. It is what it is. You can't get away from it. So it is really no, it's not 3 o'clock just yet. It's almost 3 o'clock. We got another 90 seconds or so. We got another 90 seconds. Yeah. But this is a part of the information that's gone, right? Because if God is the weather, if God manifests through the weather, then in order for us to learn more about God, then we're supposed to be studying the weather. That's just basic common sense. If God manifests through the weather, right, which is more of the Quran angle, or if God manifests as the weather, which is more of the biblical angle, then in order for us to learn more about God, we should be studying the weather. I don't think that's a far leap or a far jump for folks. I think that's like pretty much right over the plate, basic. I don't think I'm saying anything crazy when I say that.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
Okay. I hope you did a little something. Well, that's the atmospheric rivers. That's the atmospheric rivers doing their thing. That's the atmospheric rivers doing their thing. See, this is a new concept. See these? This right here, this is what they was talking about in Kemet. This is what they was talking about in Kemet. See, we again, the theology got divorced from the science at some point. So we starting to think that these stories is just stories, like fairy tales, like just made up, you know, like Ra traveling in the solar bark, right, around the globe, you know, like we thinking that's just a made up story. But a bark is a boat, and a boat goes in water, right? But we don't have a concept that there's a river, an invisible, listen to this, an invisible river in the sky. And if I would have told you that there's an invisible river in the sky, y'all would have thought I was crazy or making that up. But that's what your ancestors were teaching. And now that's what science is teaching. These are invisible rivers. You cannot see them. Right? You can't see them. These are invisible rivers. And that's what we got in the video. You see? At least that's what we're trying to show in the video. We had a couple of them. Anyway, y'all can go back and listen to the joint. But that's what these are all invisible. Right? You can't see these. These little diagrams that you got from different places, they're just trying to give you an idea of what these look like. But these are not visible to a camera or to the naked eye. These are not visible to a camera or to the naked eye. And what we're dealing with is this one right here. This is the one coming over Cali, over America. Right? But this is what your ancestors was talking about when they say that Ray was traveling the world every night and day in the solar bark. Right? Talking about these. Atmospheric river brings rain and snow. All right, let's find some words. Yeah, let's go to the National Oceanic and Atmosphere Administration. I like that. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Atmospheric rivers are relatively long, narrow regions in the atmosphere, like rivers in the sky, that transport most of the water vapor outside of the tropics. While atmospheric rivers can vary greatly in size and strength, the average atmospheric river carries an amount of water vapor roughly equivalent to the average flow of water at the mouth of the Mississippi River. Exceptionally strong atmospheric rivers can transport up to 15 times the amount of water at the mouth of the Mississippi River. That's crazy. When the atmospheric rivers make landfall, they often release this water vapor in the form of rain or snow. Although atmospheric rivers come in many shapes and sizes, those that contain the largest amounts of water vapor and the strongest winds can create extreme rainfall and floods, often by stalling over watersheds vulnerable to flooding. These events can disrupt travel, induce mudslides, and cause catastrophic damage to life and property. And what is that? Just like we talked about, Eisenhower having a heart attack, people being able to use that tragedy for predictive modeling and get a bag, right? Use that, like back when the flood hit New Orleans, you know, there was people who generated incredible bags on that tragedy, right? That's the thing that happens with these national tragedies. So when you're watching the news even, you got to know what's happening. So when you watching the news and you hear like, Georgia just declared a national state of emergency. So when you hear that, what that means is that Georgia just put in to the government for a bag. Yeah, they just got a bag. I don't know what the size of the bag is, but they got a bag. When they say, oh, we're in a state of emergency, that means they get some sort of allocated budget. Yeah, some allocated budget now is going to go to Georgia that normally would not have in order for whatever, repairs, ambulances, hospital workers, whatever needs to happen in order to take, you know, to take care of the people in Georgia from the emergency. They getting this emergency funding coming in. Right now, people position themselves to get capitalized. Right. Right. So here's a word. Here's a word, right? Here's a word. If you want to have the conversation, right? Because some people, you know, people get passionate when you're having a religious or theological discussion, right? So here's a word that's in the book. If you have the book already, you probably already looked at this word and was like, let me put this in my back pocket or my mental Rolodex. Let me add this to my working vocabulary, right? Because if you're having this conversation, and you know, typically the Bible is the main discussion here in the States because that's our main theological text, right? Followed up by the Quran, right? But the word is theophany. Theophany, right? So let's look that word up. Let's look that word up together. There you go. There you go. Right? Theophany is an intense, temporary manifestation of God in a visible or audible form, serving as a direct revelation of divine presence to humans, right? So if you're having this conversation, the reason why this becomes important is because you might want to be able to reference we can do and you can pull these up, right? You can pull these up. Right? You can pull these up if you want to extend the conversation, right? Now, again, this is important for a variety of reasons. A, because, you know, if you're having the discussion on whether science and religion are separated or science and theology are separated, you know, you can maybe get into a semantic conversation, right? Or you can be realistic, right? If you get into a semantic conversation, then, you know, you may lose the semantic battle, right? But let's just do this for conversation's sake. So we just go into a state or fact of knowing, right? State or fact of knowing. It is not possible. It is not possible. If we go into the etymology, the state or fact of knowing, what is known? Knowledge of something, acquired by study, information, right? If we go into this aspect of science, it is not possible to know what it means to be a human, to understand the human body, or to understand the human environment without the weather. So, seeing as God is presented in the Bible as weather, right? Seeing as God is presented as weather, right? So, studying the weather would be studying God, right? This is in the Bible. Now, mind you, the Bible, as many of us have discussed on many occasions, a lot of what we have in the Bible comes directly from Kemet, right? And so when we get to Kemet, Kemet is a lot more explicit because the wind is a god, right? Or you have a god of the wind, however you want to phrase that, right? The earth is a god, or you have a god of the earth. So the study of the earth as far as Kemet would be concerned, that is theology. That is science. Whether you calling it geology or whatever it is, your ancestors didn't separate the two. There is no sort of separation of that. The earth is Geb. So as you study in the earth, you study in Geb. Right? Depending on what manifestation of water you're studying, who knows? right? Whether you study in the Kemenu or Nu or this one or that one, or right, you're happy, right? You're studying some manifestation of forces that have been anthropomorphized to make studying nature, studying your environment easier. That is the whole entire purpose of anthropomorphizing natural forces or universal forces into characters, is to make learning those forces and how they act on you and through you easier. It's not a separate thing. But again, today we've gotten so far from our roots, it seems that way. You know what I'm saying? To the point where you have people arguing and debating, and people who are totally uneducated on the subject, they don't really have a way to judge these arguments or debates one way or another because they don't know enough. But it's not possible to say that a culture who has the sun, different aspects of the sun, you have different deities for the sun. So you have Kepra, you have Atum, you have Aten, you have Re, right? You have different aspects of the sun. That is a science. The fact that they broke it down into different aspects means they're already defining it as a study. Because instead of just giving you one name for the sun, one they've broken it down. You can't break it down into different aspects until you've already put in a certain degree of study. So you're saying this aspect of the sun, okay, this is going to be, we're going to encapsulate this in the concept of Kepra, right? Because this is this and this and this and this. This part is going to be a 10 or a tomb, and this part is going to be Ray. And then we're going to have those forces interact with other forces, and you'll have Shu, and the interaction between Shu and Ray will cause this and that. And so you're literally discussing different natural forces that manifest as the weather. Or whether you have it in the Bible perspective where it's just all wrapped up in one, Yahweh. Right? Just Yahweh, right? Even though clearly in the beginning of the Bible, it says Elohim, which is plural, gods, right? And then it says our image and likeness, plural once again. And then when they was in the garden and they was supposed to not mess with the tree and the fruit, and say, oh yeah, they'll be like us, plural again. Right? So, but you get Yahweh, who's, the OG, and so now Yahweh becomes the weather, right? And you have these different theophanies or manifestations of God as weather patterns or as weather itself, right? So there's no such a thing as science and spirituality being separate. And to put the cherry on top, so to speak, in Kemet, you have this. Wait, before we do that, let's look up the definition. Because definitions are usually a little different than etymology. Oh, no. They have it right there. Look, knowledge of any kind. That's the archaic definition of science. But today's definition of science is what? The systematic study and structure. Systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation experimentation, and testing of theories against the evidence obtained. That's literally religion, and why there's so many wars and battles of religion, because different observations created different theories, and people went to war behind them theories of how they saw the natural world behaving and who or what they thought was the driving cause of the phenomena they was witnessing. Literally, that created different religions. And if you look at the science world today, science has broken into a bunch of different scientific religions, right? Because even scientism has its own little splinter groups, right? But here's where I was getting ready to go. Yeah, let's go to Canoon, right? So we got this, and I think this is probably the most popular image. Ooh, they dogging us. What they do? Oh man, they done loaded us up with all kind of. All right, we just gonna hold this. Or maybe I can grab it. Yeah, let me just grab it. Boom. Yep, there we go. Right? So here you have Canoon with man, right? This is a new baby, right? Being created, right? And then you have the Ankh, right? Electromagnetism, right? This is representing the breath of life going into the nostril, right? And this is your Kamenu here. This is the Kamenu or your Ogdo. This is a representative from the Kamenu or the Ogdo, supplying that breath of life, right? And this is when man, quote unquote, becomes a living soul with that first breath, right? Now, the deeper part to this, which I bring out in one of the debates, was that one of the things that humans and reptiles share is our respiratory system, or at least the basic part of our respiratory system. So it's very interesting that, on another level, that we have a reptile or a representative from the amphibian and reptile community sharing the breath of life with man, right? That's very scientifically astute to be in the middle of a quote unquote theological picture, right? Because this is supposed to be purely religious, gods and goddesses mumbo jumbo, but it's very scientific for pure religion, right? So you have that, and then also obviously you have Genesis chapter 2 verse 7, right? Maybe we just pulled that up for the purpose of reading. I don't know why we always go to King James. Well, I know why I do. Just because King James is the popular version. But I don't know why people believe this is the most authoritative version. Right? So, oh my God, come on, truck. Move y'all asses on. That's the garbage truck. If y'all can hear that sound, it's crazy. All right, so the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Right? So man becomes a living soul once he gets the breath of life. So in a sneaky, quiet kind of way, this is another manifestation. This is another manifestation of God as weather, or another theophany, right? Because the breath going into the nostrils, right? We know where that comes from, right? And when you read this in English, it loses a lot of its scientific, a lot of its scientific ground is taken out of this, right? Because here it says man. But if you read this in the Hebrew, you would get red blood cells. You would get blood, right? You would get blood, man, and earth all right here in this one word, right? And so when you get blood, it takes it into a scientific space because we know that is the vehicle for the breath to travel around the body, right? That's why we have the breakdown to get people to kind of get familiarized with, like, okay.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Saw the burst, the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Now, after watching that video, hold up. After watching that video, I got a question for y'all. After watching that video, is spirituality a science? Is science spirituality? I got a question for y'all. That's a question. I got a question as serious as cancer. Is spirituality science? Is science spirituality? Okay, we'll leave that there because that's already perfect right there. That's already what that's supposed to be. Wait, let me fix the light. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, that's already perfect. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 right there. That's supposed to be there. Right? Now the question is, here's how we do it like this. But sometimes you gotta translate it maybe for it to make sense. So does spirituality qualify as science? Right? So some people may be on the fence about answering that question, right? But if I change the nature of the question, right? And the question is no longer, is spirituality science? Right? If I say, is inspiration a science? Is inspiration a science? Right? Is inspiration a science? For some people, that might be easier to answer. They might be like, no, that ain't no science. There's a whole bunch of people on the internet doing inspiration and motivation videos. Then if we change it again, and we go, is respiration science? Is respiration science? That should be super clear. Of course, respiration is science. Or maybe respiration is not science, but respiration is built into, it's the basis, it's the foundation of biology and biochemistry. And then has its own disciplines, right? Because you can be a pulmonary such and such and such. Right? It gets crazy. Right? So it can get crazy, but you can simplify it if you move outside of the word games. You know, that plays a role. Right? That plays a role. right? Until we figure out that's all this is. Ooh, that's for me? Oh, I love you too much. A snack for daddy. That looks very good. I'm gonna have to put these people on time out.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. Enki. Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they pay. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American Healer menu, every bite new sermon. Forward to the face, that's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing cold in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
So, spirit is breath. All that's happening when you get to spirituality is you're adding a suffix or an ending, right? You're adding a suffix or ending to the word, right? You're adding a suffix to the end of the word. So when you add the suffix ality onto spirit, right? The suffix turns adjectives, which is a description of something, into a noun, right? An abstract noun signifying the state, quality, property, or condition of being that adjective, right? The state, quality, property, or condition of being that adjective. So this is why the animating principle is the breath. The animating principle is the breath. This is important because we know that your ability to breathe, what you're breathing in, is coming from why is this marker so terrible? Is this the marker I just had? No, this can't be. Okay. Let's get you on the chopping block. Let's get you on the chopping block. Right? So it's important that we get this. Your atmosphere is the source of your respiration. Your atmosphere is the source of your respiration. So this is why it's important. It's important when we get the fact that Yahweh begins as a storm god. Because a storm, the weather, is different manifestations of the atmosphere. So when we go through, if we take this back to Kemet, and you have, the wind, Shu, the planet, Geb, the sun, this one, that one. When you have interactions of particular gods, those patterns of interaction, of socializing between the gods, is your weather. So because Kemet is the blueprint, later on you get religions that are spin-offs where they've stolen bits and pieces from Kemet, and they would tell you like, oh, a thunderstorm, that's like the gods is at war or something to that extent, right? And it sounds pagan or nonsensical because we're divorced from the original intent and purpose of theology. And theology is now reduced to a fairy tale. Right? But there are a lot of things that we have to wrestle with that's coincidence. Right? We got to wrestle with a lot of coincidences. Right? So like, for instance, we got a lot of reptiles and serpents and monsters in Kemet. We got a lot of big serpents and reptiles and monsters in Kemet. Right? Here's an interesting thing. Have the Kemetic scholars talked about this yet? Have the Kemetic scholars talked about dinosaurs in Egypt? Dinosaurs in Egypt. Listen, dinosaurs in Egypt. Dinosaurs in Egypt. That's a conversation. When you go through the glyphs, right? When you go through the glyphs and you go through some of the stories, like a Pep or Apophis, and you know, you have a lot of different gigantic reptiles. Now, remember, the word dinosaur is ours. The word dragon is ours. And when I say ours, I mean the modern world. So you go, oh, well, they didn't have a concept of a dinosaur or dragon, whatever the case may be. Of course not. But they use their own words. But when you look at their drawings, they have big snake-like reptiles. Big snake-like reptiles with feet, legs, arms. And now they pulling dinosaurs out of Egypt. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's another door to a brand new rabbit hole. Now, it's not just one, it's a bunch of them. But this one right here is, you know, a lot of news. It's all over the news because this is like one that doesn't exist anywhere else. So this is the first dinosaur of this type of kind of dinosaur that they got out of the Sahara Desert in closer to Nigeria. Remember, the Sahara Desert is in Egypt. Let's see, do they show it? Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find the video. Let's see if we can find this video.
Do you realize how much money the
See, they say new dinosaur species. New dinosaur species. Look at how big that dinosaur head is. Pause. The dinosaur head is the size of his whole body. This man could fit in that dinosaur mouth. He could fit in that dinosaur mouth. So I'm just saying, right, as we go through some of this theology, right, it's interesting how certain things may be coming to light where we may be going through an era, like we might be going through a cycle where the science is going back into the theology. And y'all just might be at home just ahead of the learning curve, right? The science ain't coming from me, it's coming through me. So it's just the cycle. I just might be one of those, I'm just supposed to share some of this information, right? But this is the cycle we're in, where some things is coming right? So we have depictions in these stories about humongous reptiles that the gods is going against. Now, all of a sudden, they start digging up out of the sand humongous reptiles. Interesting. That's all you can say. Interesting. Some of these mythological creatures may not have been 100% mythological. I'm not saying all, because again, some of these may be definitely are anthropomorphized forces, right? But some of these mythological creatures may be a mixture of history, word of mouth over time, you know what I'm saying? And maybe, people were not alive at the same time as these humongous reptiles or dinosaurs, right? But maybe they were seeing the fossils. Maybe they saw the fossils and created some stories. Who knows? Maybe there were already stories and then they bumped into fossils. Because if these fossils are, let's say for instance, these fossils are 50,000 or 100,000 years old, like they be saying, or these are 1,000,000 years old. That means these fossils were there 4,000 years ago. So they may have saw these fossils and put a story. Who knows? Who knows? It's just very interesting. It's just very interesting. I'm just saying, who knows where the rabbit hole goes, but it's very interesting that now these are being pulled out of the sand. Right? Very interesting. But back to spirituality, right? So state or condition. Now, very important because this is the defining condition or feature or aspect of life when it begins and when it ends. This defines life, right? Right, and you even have in the same way, right? In the same way as you have Ray in the solar bark, right? Which obviously comes first, but you even have a few verses in the Bible, right? I'll give you an example, right? Psalms 68, verse 4. Now we know Psalms, right? Heavily inspired or directly pulled from some Kemetic texts in many instances, right? But it says, one who rides on the clouds. One who rides on the clouds, talking about Yahweh, right? Then you have Psalm 104, verse 3, talking about Yahweh again in his chariot, which is very close to solar bark, but he's riding on the wings of the wind. You have Isaiah 19, where Yahweh is riding on a swift cloud to get to Egypt. You have Deuteronomy 33:26. There's no one like the God who rides on the heavens and clouds, right? So all of these verses and more, right? All of these verses are getting back to a very, very, very specific set of science that encapsulates all that we we get into the plants, right? We getting into RFK, you know, food as medicine, and you know, we've been into, but I'm saying the world, our country, you know, at large, people are getting into the plants. You have to understand that the plants are simply an extension. The plants are an extension of our plant. The plants are just another link for us to the atmosphere. You can't even understand herbs and plants if you don't understand the ground and the atmosphere, because that's what the plants do. The plants link the atmosphere, the earth, and the sun together. Boop, package it for you. Like you go get a bag of chips, right? So they take and chop potatoes, a little grease, and some seasoning. Boop, package all that up for you in a nice little bag of chips. That's what plants do. The atmosphere, the sun, and the dirt. Whoop, package that on up for you in a nice little apple, some grapes, watermelon or something. Yeah, we're going to package that up for you. Atmosphere, earth, the sun. Whoop. We're going to create a package of that. Here's your package, right? But if you don't get the earth part, you don't get the atmosphere part, you don't get the sun part, it's really hard to then have a full concept of what it is to be talking about food as medicine. And it's even harder to understand your nature as a human, right? And if you don't understand the body, then you it's not possible for you to understand health, right? And if you don't understand health, you can't understand wealth, right? So for the finance people, right, commodities drives the stock market. Commodities drives the stock market. Between commodities and just straight weather, if we're going to extend the weather to astronomy, right, dealing with the magnetosphere and the sun, if we bring in the magnetosphere and the sun and commodities, that is the driver of your stocks, period. And what's happening with the stocks and the bonds determines the money markets. So that's how that goes. Your environment and the commodities control the stock flow. And what's happening with the stocks and the bonds determines like the money markets, like what is the dollar up, is the yen up, is the whatever, like that whole game, that up and yeah, that's based on what's happening with stocks and bonds, right? Particularly bonds, right? Bonds have a more of an influence on the value of a country's or a nation's money, right? How much bonds are outstanding, who owns the debt, you know, how lenient, you know, what's the relationship with the people and who own the debt and all that has an influence on whether, you know, yen is doing better than whatever. And now you got, you know, enter in decentralized, you know, Bitcoin and this one and that one, enter them into the game. You know what I'm saying? So, but they're all interdependent on one another. All interdependent on one another, and all begin with you and the environment. Right? So all of this is a part of health is wealth. We got Jack in the building. All right. So maybe we start poking around inside the actual book. Maybe we start poking around in the book. What do we got? All right, we start off our book with giving thanks, right, for the right desire, health, true wealth, the balance of liquidity and frozen assets, right, waves and particles, liquidity, waves, frozen assets, particles. The only way to create the right atmosphere, right? This is also a set of passages that speak to magnetism being related to wisdom, right? And we talk about that old once in a blue moon weather, right? Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Hold up, you know what? Just one time for the one time. I feel like we should. Just one time for the one time. We're going once in the blue moon.
Out there. Hello, non-believers out there. This is Sunday school. I am the minister. F-B-P.
We come around once in a blue moon just to show you.
Hello, non-believers out there. This is Sunday school. I am the minister. F-B-P.
We come around once in a blue moon just to show you that we love you and will never leave, 'cause we are anointed. We're the same way every day, 'cause we're angels, some mighty and some meek, and we're sent down from the heavens to achieve a destiny. Yes, we're angels, and we seek our own reproof, and we represent the same God who sent his only son for you. Yes, we're in
city to city, drama's the same. Refugee certified, they know my name. Drowning in debt, coming up with the bins in a situation where the means justify the ends. What's the best tool to build? Could it be drugs? Could it be thugs or brotherly love? These babies gotta eat, so it really don't bother me. As long as we escape poverty, racing for the worst, on the quest for the best. When other niggas quit, I pledge my flesh to my last breath. And I ain't never stop, I never turn back. The evil that men do can never turn black in the slums with bums that take your life for crumbs. G stood plumb on they square, made men out of sons. Fiending to live, you scratch that itch while you were scared to take a risk. We smack that bitch.
We're angels, some mighty and some mean, and we're sent down from the heavens to achieve a destiny. Yes, we're angels, and we seek our own reproof, and we represent the same God who sent his only son for you.
Let's get this right, let's be clear. I wish they all could have been here. See me fly so high, yeah, we up there. No fear, so they say it ain't no fear. Let's get this right, let's be clear. Let's get this right, let's be clear. No fear, so they say it ain't no fear. No fear, so they say it ain't no fear. Yeah. We live with no fear, so they say it's no fear. Running on the treadmill, going nowhere, so it's not about fear. It's about necessity, the right foundation to give us longevity. I'ma keep it 100, I'm trying to get it. With everybody around me equally committed. It's not about the money, we trying to live. It's a different mind state we trying to give. If the world don't need you, the world won't feed you. So what type of legacy you leaving for the people? Show love, even if they don't reciprocate. Beyond emotion, I take the love with the hate. It's the love to teach your old goon a new tune. Don't try to grow too soon. See you next blue moon.
We're angels, some mighty and some mean, and we're sent down from the heavens to achieve a destiny. Yes, we're angels.
I'm gonna get a copyright strike for playing my song. That's a fact. They're gonna copyright this video for playing that song. That's why I don't play them. Because that's definitely leading to a copyright. That's definitely leading to a copyright strike of mine. Anyway, shout out to Sony. Shout out to Sony Music. Right? I did that album with Sony in a partnership with Sony. So yeah, when I play my music, Sony contacts YouTube. Boop, copyright. All right. So let's share a little bit. Let's share a little bit. Let's share a little bit. All right, so Kemet understood the atmosphere. They understood the atmosphere as active. An active, structured medium essential to all life, stability, and cosmic order. Right? So, full stop. None of the magic happens here without an atmosphere. None of the magic happens here without an atmosphere. So, it may be hard to get people to wrap their mind around this, pun intended. Maybe hard to get people to wrap their mind around this, right? But people that are interested in aliens, or people who are interested in Elon and NASA and what they got going on in terms of trying to get people to another planet, right? All those things are built on the atmosphere. The evolution conversations, right? The evolution conversations, people who believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, they sound really smart in small spaces, right? When you expand the conversation, they don't really sound, because there's a lot of holes in the conversation. One of which being, how did life start? Right? Because how life start tells you how it is supposed to continue. So it's not a divorced or separate conversation. You can't just say, oh, well, evolution is just about how life is changing. Life is changing according to life's purpose. Life is changing according to life's blueprint. So if you don't have or know the purpose, you don't have or know the inception, it's not really possible to have accuracy on what it's doing. Just a certified fact. Right? And so all of these things start with the environment, the atmosphere. Because the atmosphere creates the environment for life. So when we look at our little few planets and we see that Earth has some unique whatever, it's because of the atmosphere. It's because of the atmosphere. Right? It starts and ends with the atmosphere. So people I'm gonna be honest, it's really almost like magic. It's like magic has been programmed into your mind to make you look over certain subjects without interest. Like somebody did a magic on the population. And so it's like, don't look here. Don't look here. Don't see this. So it's like, no matter what's happening, like your attention span or your mind, it just won't allow you to focus on this thing that's right here. It's super important. This thing is right here, but you just can't bring yourself to focusing on it. Right? There's no photosynthesis without the atmosphere. There's no heat on Earth without the atmosphere. It's not like, nothing's happening without the atmosphere. There's no air. There's no oxygen. There's no complex life. Steve said he late. Well, it depends. If you got your book, then you're not late. You right on time. This is the book we in. So if you have this book, you are actually right on time. Right? This is the book. If you have that book, you are right on time. Right? If you don't have that book, go and get that book. Look at that. Talk heavy. Look at that there. #1 new release. Ooh, talk heavy. I like that. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I can appreciate that and everything. I can appreciate that and everything. #1 new release in Egyptian Book of the Dead category. I like that. I think that's the first time we had a #1 new release in the Kemetic category on Amazon. That's pretty dope. Usually I have #1 new releases in like science. So biology, biochemistry, quantum something or other. But I think that's the very first time we have had a new release in the Kemetic book category. So that is dope. I appreciate everybody who has one of those. If you don't have one of those, go and get that. Yeah. If you got that, then you're right on time. Right? Anyway. So Kemet understood the atmosphere as an active, structured medium essential to life. Air was not treated as empty space, but as a sustaining layer that separated domains, enabled motion, and carried the vital force. Right? Now, in the Bible, right? In the Bible, God is referenced as separating the waters from below from the waters above. Right? In Kemet, it is the god Shu who separates the waters below and the waters above. Right? So that is literally not only God as a part of the atmosphere, but God is creating your atmosphere. In the beginning of the book. In the beginning of the book, first chapter, your atmosphere is being created. So how could a story about the creation of your atmosphere not be science? That is crazy. I can't even. Now, somebody could come along and say it's not scientific because it's not correct. But then that would also be quickly because science is not correct. Science. When somebody is critiquing something that's not considered modern science, they always say, oh, that's not science because that's not correct. Then when you turn around and use that same critique on some form of modern science, they say, well, science doesn't have to be correct. It's evolving. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh my God. Nah, that bro, that's crazy, right? All the books is, you know, but they put me in the science category. I definitely appreciate that, Steve. But yeah, they throw me in the science category. So anyway, understand that this understanding appears consistently in theology, architecture, ritual practice, calendrical science, rather than in chemical classification. The principle of air embodied by Shu, who is depicted physically holding the sky apart from the earth. This imagery encodes the idea that a stabilizing layer is required to prevent collapse and to allow life to exist in the intervening space. The separation of sky and ground is not symbolic abstraction alone. It reflects an intuitive grasp of pressure, spacing, and atmospheric necessity. So in order to come up with the narrative, right? In order to come up with the narrative that Shu, god of the wind, is actually separating the waters above from the waters below, or the sky from the earth, right? You have to understand what's actually happening to a great degree or to a lesser degree. But you still have to understand charge, electricity, especially since Shu seems to be the god of electricity and the air at the same time. Right? So that's absolutely science. That's absolutely science. Even in, you know, a more general form that you see in the Bible, right? Because the Bible, some people will say watered down, but you could say more general form, right? Where you have God separating the waters below. But it doesn't fully click if you leave out that Yahweh is originally a storm god. So it becomes completely like mystical or fairy tale, God separating the waters, until you get the identity that Yahweh is a storm god. So now when we're talking about storm, we're talking about wind, water, and electricity. So when you're talking about wind, water, and electricity separating above from below, you're talking about pressure gradients. This is absolutely a description of the atmosphere. Accurate to a high degree, especially if we want to put in, you know, in regard that this is 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago. Right? Okay. Breath was treated as a direct carrier of life and consciousness. The Ankh symbol represents airflow entering the body, linking respiration to circulation, vitality, and awareness. Breath regulation appears in ritual posture, prayer, chants, and controlled movement, indicating recognition that air intake modulates physiological and mental states. Air was therefore both a biological and spiritual conduit, as the two are almost identical. Architecture and instrumentation demonstrate awareness of atmospheric cycles. Temple alignments track solar position. Seasonal change and light penetration, all of which depend on atmospheric behavior. So we can stop again right there. Right? This is where the roots of some of what the conspiracy theorists are grabbing a hold to when they see what Masons are doing. Right? Just to let you know where this is coming in. Right? Just to let you know where this is coming in. What you need to do is go to Amazon and get the kitchen chemistry book and keep that kitchen chemistry book in your back pocket. The kitchen chemistry book, literally, that's literally what that book is designed for. Take it with you to the supermarket. That's what that's for. Where is that book? That's literally what that book is for. Hold up. That's literally what this book is for. I'm working on part 3 with Chef Will. I'm working on part 3 with Chef Will. But this book right here is literally for you to have in your pocket. That's why right here at the bottom, electrician grocery shopping list. You're supposed to take this with you to the supermarket. Electrician grocery shopping list. Yeah, see that? Kitchen chemistry, electrician grocery shopping list. You're supposed to have this with you. Yeah. Part 3 is going to be crazy. Part 3 is going to be crazy. We got exactly what you're looking for, Marcus. That's exactly, man. It's coming. We're working on it. It's in the oven. It's in the oven. We cooking it. It's coming. Incense use, blah, blah, blah. Shadow clocks. Cosmic balance, floods, famine. Okay, this is important right here. Floods, droughts, storms, and famine were treated as disruptions of order rather than random events. This is where I'm saying, well, this is one of the spots. Now, mind you, this is the first chapter of the book, maybe the first page or two, so we ain't even getting far. I know we've been live for 5 hours, but we ain't get that far yet, right? But here's what I'm saying specifically, right? This is why you have that divide to where some people feel like religion is oppression on them, and some people see religion as their vehicle to wealth or longevity or success, right? Because it's what they're getting from it. If you're taught that there's just a bunch of random stuff happening, then you don't have a possibility of prediction. If you don't have the ability to predict, you don't have the ability to prepare. If you don't have the ability to predict or prepare, you don't have the ability to capitalize. That's a word that we're going to dig all the way into, capitalize, because we're going to get into capitalism. And you can't really get into capitalism if you don't know what the word capital means. Right? And capital comes all the way from the Medu Neter to the Hebrew. That's where capital comes from. The Medu Neter to the Hebrew. Then it goes into your economics, which is the reason why when we look at, for instance, the Rothschilds, bringing them back into the conversation, you look at, Mayer Rothschild being able to create this huge global fortune for his family. You ask yourself, what kind of training did he have to do that? What kind of training did he have for that? Did he go to finance school? Did he go to an Ivy League finance school out in Cali somewhere, or some swaggy, you know what I'm saying, hippie school? Did that even exist in that time period? Because we're talking about hundreds of years ago. No. He had a spiritual training. He had a spiritual upbringing. That was his schooling. So they were taught to recognize patterns. John Q. Public is taught there's no such a thing as patterns. This is random weather is happening. People who are able to predict the patterns are able to find investments, are able to do certain things with their crops, are able to capitalize, right? First of all, they're able to invest time and money into, and then capitalize on those investments, right? What is capital, right? So anyway, we will get back into that, right? We will get back into that. All right, Kemetic knowledge did not include molecular theory, gas ratios, and numerical pressure units. It did include recognition that air had weight, motion, rhythm, and organizing power, that it mediates heat, sound, scent, life. It functions as a boundary between the earth and the sky. Whether we know it or not. This constitutes a functional atmospheric model expressed through symbolic and systems-based language rather than chemical abstraction. The Kemetic atmospheric motif is best described as field-level understanding. Air as a dynamic medium integrating biology, environment, and cosmology. The absence of modern terminology does not indicate ignorance, which is what most of the people on the internet think. Because we didn't have words like molecular theory or gas ratio or numerical pressure. Like, because we didn't use scientific terminology, that the people were ignorant of science. And the culture was devoid of science. Nope. It's just a different epistemological approach grounded in observable effects, which of course is the root of modern science, observation. Right? A primary example, Geb and Nut are married, right? Geb and Nut are married. This is representing the normal equilibrium between the earth and the water in the atmosphere. In this state, water is present at the surface. Fertility is active. Exchange between the ground and the atmosphere is continuous, right? This is Geb and his wife. They live together, right? The earth is covered by water. The land mass and the water are together. What happens when Geb and Nut argue? Right? What happens when Geb and Nut argue? Right? What happens when Geb and Nut argue? What was the traditional reconciliation for newlyweds? How did that go? What did newlyweds typically do when they start arguing? Not like today. Today, she calls police and then the man got to leave the house. That's not how it went back in the days. Back in the days, what happened was they worked that out. There's no police. They work that out. If they can't work that out, she goes to stay back at her parents' house. That's what she do. And then he begging and pleading, coming over with flowers and chocolate or whatever, you know, till, you know, he can convince her that, you know, he done learned his lesson or whatever the case. And, you know, she come back to the crib. Right? So that's the story. So Geb and Nut is married. They live together. They get to fussing and fighting. Nut leaves Geb and she lives with her parents. Well, where's her parents? Her parents are in the sky. Right? Her parents are in the sky. So she goes in the sky. She leaves Geb. She leaves the earth. Water evaporates. Right? Water evaporates, goes up into the sky. And once the water goes up into the sky, and Nut get to telling her parents how Geb was violating, you know, they're going to straighten Geb out. So you're going to have some weather. And once they get to straightening Geb out, you know, you might have some thunder, some lightning, some tornado, whatever. Right? Then what happens? Nut comes back down and she moves back in with Geb. Right? The rain, precipitation. Right? And they go through cycles of their relationship where things is all good. The water is on the ground. And then things ain't so good. She leaves him. She goes back with her parents. And then she reconciles with him and she leaves her parents and she comes back down to the ground. It's a story, anthropomorphization. But it's a story. Their relationship, their marriage is giving you the water cycle of precipitation, evaporation. That's science. Get it? All right.
You need that D, yeah. D with that blue magic. You need that D with that blue magic. You need that D with that blue magic. Theology in a bottle. Calcium electric, I'm magnetic. Your kidney electric, your liver magnetic. I'm talking kinetic. That deep put God in the flesh. That deep put God in the flesh. Say it.
Now, if we go back to the Bible, right? We even have Jesus, right? Right? The sun, the moon, and the stars will foretell his rebirth. Right? His rebirth. Right? Now we know in Kemet, we had the fern, right? And we also know that the Bible established that the stars should be signs to mark sacred seasons, days, and years, right? Ordained time rather than horoscopes, right? Signs of God's power, the storm god, the atmosphere, the heavens, right? Now, we have been discussing things from a perspective that John Q. Public is not privy to. up until very recently, and when I say very recently, I mean like super recently, last 5 or 10 years, not even last decade, like inside the last decade, maybe. Weather has been taught in terms of meteorology, and this is the wildest thing to me. When I say this is one of the wildest things, this is, again, scratch a lie, find a thief. This is when you know things is crazy, right? Because weather is taught as the science of meteorology. But in the science of meteorology is taught that outer space has nothing to do with Earth's weather. So this is one of the reasons why, you know, we're having a conversation about atmospheric rivers and how they knew, you know, certain things that we're just, they was ahead of us in some ways, right? Because again, if we're having a conversation again of weather, of the environment, and we're saying that the weather, terrestrial weather, meaning weather on Earth, anywhere on Earth, has nothing to do with outer space, and all of the causes are local. That means what they're saying is the magnetosphere, right? The magnetosphere and the sun have nothing to do with the weather on Earth. They're even saying the moon has nothing to do with the weather on Earth, which is crazy because we know that the moon has a pull on the water. Like it's crazy. But again, if you ask me, I go into my conspiracy theory bag, and I think that that's done to keep people stupid. Because again, you can't plan, you can't predict. If you can't plan and you can't predict, that makes you a victim. If you can't plan and you can't predict, that makes you dependent. You got to depend on the planner and predictor. Who can plan and predict? Who can plan and predict? In the old school times, it was the priesthood. Not necessarily always because they were trying to keep the people dumb, but just because these were the people who were studying. Now, today's time, they're going to keep you stupid. And so you got to look on the internet, or you got to look at, you know, the approved. So the number one most searched thing on the internet is the weather. The only thing that's in front of the weather, and this is important to know, is searches for YouTube, searches for Facebook, searches for social media sites and platforms. But the number one most searched individual topic is the weather. So from going 2,500 years ago, right, where Yahweh is conceived as a storm god. God is the most important figure. God, storm, weather. Before that, before the inception of the Bible, when you go to Kemet, you have different facets of the weather broken down into different deities. To today, where you're designed to shift that dependence from yourself and understanding of yourself, because the gods act through you. So there's no form of theology or religion that's not actually at its core designed to empower you. When you move away from that, that's where you step into the victim space, because you don't have the ability to access this on your own. You need Big Brother. George Orwell, you need Big Brother. Big Brother will tell you what the weather is and how to prepare for it. Or just not tell you, because by the time you see on the web, on the Google, what the weather is, you already hit. Yeah, you already hit. You can't do nothing. You trying to figure out if it's school or not. You just, is the school closed today or what? Yeah, your predictive power is like 45 minutes. Right? So it's crazy that the name meteorology excludes space when literally the root is meteor. Right? Meteor. This is crazy. Atmospheric phenomena comes from the outside in. It's not the inside out. How does that even make sense for people who's trying to make you? Mainstream science teaches that gravity is a real thing. So mainstream science teaches that gravity is a real thing. It's not possible that the causes of the atmosphere would come from inside the atmosphere, because gravity is pulling things away from the atmosphere. Anything that's causing something with the atmosphere would be on the outside of the atmosphere coming through, i.e. the sun. Just saying. Right? Or meteor. Just, throw that out there. Right? Just saying. So we get into that F word. That's a beautiful little word to put in your back pocket. Forecasting. Because that F word right there is in meteorology, and it's also in economics. That is the two places you see this word. Weather and economics, which is very interesting. Right? So meteorology, science of the Earth's atmosphere, study of weather and climate, weather, general condition of the atmosphere with respect to temperature, precipitation, etc. Coming from the Old English weather, which means the air and the sky. Right? So automatically off the rip, you should be able to see, if nothing else, you should see who should we see in here? Shu, Tefnut, and then we we want to throw Yahweh in there, right? We can throw Yahweh in there, right? Yahweh, Shu, Tefnut, maybe, right? Definitely, Shu is here. Shu is definitely here. Right? So specific netchers are already. All right. Cosmic changes driven by solar activity. The solar magnetic field and galactic cosmic rays control Earth's upper atmosphere, ionosphere, and contribute to cloud formation, heat, cold, wind, etc., even long-term climate cycles. This is the part modern meteorologists don't get. They are confused because the church was calling this all pagan. Anyone studying this was a paganist. This is why everyone is dumb now. Right? This is why everyone is dumb now. Right? So it's not just the health portion where I personally blame the early church fathers, right? Because they forbade, amongst other things, right? Think about the most important aspect in nature is water. Well, you couldn't study no water, right? It was either dirty water, clean water, or holy water. That's it. You couldn't study water. So we start medical school 1765 without knowing what a water molecule is. Even though the human body is mostly water. We don't even know what a water molecule is. This is how crazy this is. This is how far set back the church fathers set us back by making it illegal upon punishment of death. Triple death, double death, because they kill you multiple times sometimes. They would hang you till death, then take the body down after you already dead, and then burn you to a crisp. Like, we're going to kill you and kill you again. Because we want to kill your image and likeness in the minds of the people. So it's not really about you being dead. It's about how much we can do to you to terrify these folks so that not only do you not, we're going to teach you a lesson from studying nature, but we're going to make sure anybody that had the idea that they was getting ready to study something in nature, right? We're going to make sure that there's no natural studies going on. Okay, hold up. We got to bring this back. We got to bring this back to Har 1, right? Then Paul, then ain't nobody else dropped a super chat. So Paul dropped a second super chat, right? Then Tyrese came in with the super chat. Come on, 77. Come on, 77. You know what's funny? I was just talking to Sa about that song. About that song right there. Craig G, light up the mic for the symphony. Deliberately holding back progress. That is a certified big fact. Now, understanding these understandings, this is why everybody is now investing in certain types of stocks. Right? These are the stocks that everybody's investing in. Right? These are the stocks everybody's investing in. Why are people investing in these stocks? Why are people investing in these stocks? Right? And I love those. And I love those. And I love the fact that you mentioned it. Yeah, that's like a little super chat right there. Just to remind folks. Yeah, hit the $ Minister Inky in the cash. Let's go, Steve. Let's go, Steve. Yeah, see what I'm saying? That's why I love that. Just so that, you know what I'm saying? Just because you mentioned something that we got Steve. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah. But see, when we look at them stocks that people's investing in, right? This is the trend right now. And this is going to be the trend for the next decade or so, right? Especially with understanding the weather and the climate. So the people who understand the weather and the climate and the environment, they know this pattern is not going to stop. Right? This pattern of wild, crazy storms, it's not going to stop. It's not, this is the pattern we in. So what does that mean? A lot of power outages. A lot of power outages. So what does that mean? That means that the electric grid has to get redone. So you got to invest in the stuff that's required for the electric grid to be redone. That's them businesses going up. So they need all new copper so they can start doing everything underground. Because the reason why we have power outages is because most of our electric wires are in, above ground. And when the ice and all that, get on them, and then the animal, it's a wrap. One line go down, power outage. Storm over a whole state or multiple states, power outages everywhere. So they have to redo the electric grid and put it underground. That requires a lot of money, but that also requires a lot of material. Right? So knowing that, this is what the big money folks is going to do. They just going to shift their money into copper, because copper is the #1 electrical material for that. So whoever got the copper, okay, boom, that's a bag. Right? Now, at all of the junctions and in all of the computers and all that, you need magnets. Magnets is memory. There's no such thing as memory in technology of any sort without magnets. You got to have that. Right? So you got to invest into the magnets for the electromagnetism. You got to invest in the magnetic material. So they're investing in that. Now, John Q. Public is not going to do that, because, of course, for John Q. Public, this is just random crazy weather. And they're hoping that this winter coming up next year is not the same as this one just passed, because there's no rhyme or reason to this. But the big money people, they know what they're doing. That's why they moving their money into gold. And then from the gold, they're going to invest that into what? More mineral-based stocks. Because when people are mining for copper and when they're mining for magnetic material, they're also pulling up. Yeah. All that's in the same bag. The gold, the silver, the copper, and the magnetite. Not necessarily the iron per se, right? Yeah. Right? And now it's just a coincidence. See, look, it's just a coincidence that the new electric grids had to be built anyway for AI. So they already was saying, because AI requires so much more electricity use, that America needed to redo its electric grid. It's just a coincidence that we get the weather patterns now that allow a state to say, oh, my state is under state of emergency. Okay, boom. So now we allocate these funds for your state. So now your state have X amount of dollars, emergency money, to put onto investing in an electric grid for emergency purposes that just so happens to benefit the AI. But now, who owns most of the patents on AI globally? America. So AI investment globally boosts up the power of the dollar. Okay. We're going to go back to the weather. Yeah. We're gonna go back to the weather. Because I'm not a broker. Right? I'm not a broker. I'm not telling you to buy these stuff. I'm just saying. Right? I'm just saying. Just some coinky dinks is happening. Just a lot of coinky dinks. Okay. Let's see. Okay, then we got our Q&A. No, y'all can't see the Q&A. Then I get the book for the questions and answers. We might go over some questions and answers.
In the beginning was the wave.
Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, resonate, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are laid. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. The beat is the best part of me. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate, resonate. See what I'm saying? I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Resonate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves to the Enki theorem. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perks. The music I can line below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. Piezoelectric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds.
In the beginning was the wave.
Periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms equals MC.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon.
All right, so we're going to jump to jet streams. We're going to jump to the jet stream. All right, a jet stream is a narrow, fast-moving band of air in the upper atmosphere that flows primarily west to east. It forms near the boundary between major air masses of different temperatures and densities, typically at altitudes of about 8 to 15 kilometers up, right? So that's anywhere from about 20 to 35, 40 miles up in the air, right? That's the upper troposphere and the lower stratosphere. Wind speeds within a jet stream commonly exceed 100 miles an hour and could be higher. Jet streams arise from a strong horizontal temperature gradient combined with Earth's rotation. When warm air and cold air meet, pressure differences develop with height. The Coriolis effect then deflects this moving air, organizing it into long, sinuous currents rather than straight north-south flow. The stronger the temperature contrast, the stronger the jet stream. There are two primary types. You have a polar jet stream. The polar jet stream forms between cold polar air and warm mid-latitude, like equatorial air, often dipping and rising in large waves. And then you have the subtropical jet streams, which form closer to the equator and are generally more stable, associated with the boundary between the tropical and temperate air masses. Jet streams act as steering currents for weather systems. Storms, fronts, and pressure systems tend to follow the path of the jet. When the jet stream is strong and relatively straight, weather patterns move quickly and are more predictable. When it weakens or becomes highly wavy, weather systems can stall, leading to prolonged heat waves, cold spells, drought, or heavy rainfall. And heavy rainfall, put that in your back pocket, that always can mean ice, snow, whatever, right? So in physical terms, a jet stream is an atmospheric river of momentum and energy, a high altitude flow that redistributes heat, moisture, kinetic energy around the planet, linking surface conditions to upper atmosphere dynamics. Jet streams are fundamentally driven by the sun. Solar radiation heats Earth unevenly, delivering more energy to the equator than to the poles. This imbalance creates large-scale temperature and pressure gradients in the atmosphere, which are the primary energy source for jet streams. Okay, now this is the reason why Ray is in his vehicle driving across these rivers, right? So whether we're talking about a jet stream, which is a column of air, right? A column of air is like nothingness. So you have a jet stream, which is a column of air, and then you have atmospheric rivers, which is another invisible. Both these rivers, right? A jet stream is a river of energy. An atmospheric river is a river of water vapor. Both of these are invisible to the naked eye. Jet streams, atmospheric rivers, both invisible to the naked eye. But the sun is the primary driver of both. The sun is the primary driver of both. This is the essence of Kemetic Meteorology, is that we have these rivers of energy and water in the sky that we cannot see. But the sun is regulated. Nah, it's in the book. Paul, like, let's go through some of the questions. Let me see. If we're gonna get some participation. Let me see. And then you might be cheating. I don't know who's cheating or what. Right? If we go through the questions and the answers, some people they don't have the book yet. Some people, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. We might do that on a separate day. Like we might just go through, some of the questions and the answers. All right. As solar heating warms equatorial regions, air expands and rises, while colder polar air contracts and sinks. The resultant horizontal temperature contrasts strengthen pressure differences with altitude. These differences generate strong upper-level winds as the atmosphere attempts to redistribute excess heat away from the equator toward the poles. So literally, right now, we're breaking down the weather. Earth's rotation shapes this solar-driven flow. The Coriolis effect deflects moving air, preventing direct north-south heat transfer and organizing winds into fast west-to-east currents where temperature gradients are strongest, especially along the boundaries between warm and cold air masses. These currents intensify into jet streams, right? So the question is Why haven't the Kemetic scholars been breaking this down before? Right? Because they was too busy studying metal nature. My bad. I'm sorry. Seasonal changes in solar angle directly affect jet streams. In winter, reduced polar sunlight increases the equator to pole temperature contrast, strengthening and shifting jet streams equatorward. In the summer, increased polar heating weakens the gradient, causing jet streams to slow and move poleward. The sun supplies the energy that creates atmospheric temperature gradients. Those gradients generate pressure differences. Earth's rotation organizes the resultant flow into jet streams. Without solar heating, jet streams wouldn't exist. The term jet in jet stream comes from analogy, not propulsion. It was adopted because these atmospheric flows resemble a high-speed jet of fluid, narrow, elongated, and much faster than the surrounding medium. The word jet had long been used in physics and hydraulics to describe concentrated streams of water, steam, or air emerging under pressure. In meteorology, the label emerged in the 20th century as upper air observations improved. So this means in the 1900s, right? They came up with this idea of jet stream. Balloon soundings and later aircraft measurements revealed thin ribbons of extremely fast wind embedded in the broader atmosphere. Their speed contrast and confined structure matched the existing scientific meaning of a jet. The concept was formalized through large-scale atmospheric dynamics, especially the work on planetary waves by Carl Gustav Rossby. Jet streams were understood as flowing along strong temperature gradients and pressure surfaces behaving like guided currents rather than diffuse winds. World War II cemented the terminology. Pilots flying at high altitude, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Thus, the jet does not imply engines or exhausts, yada, yada, yada. There is a striking linguistic and symbolic coincidence between the modern term jet and the Kemetic term manjet. Manjet is another name for that bark of ray. I'm just saying. I don't believe in coincidence. So it'd be a lot of coincidences. In order for the mainstream to explain away how it seems like they done stole everything, because it's all kind of evidence laying around. It's all kind of evidence laying around. It's like, oh, that's a coincidence. Yeah, that's a coincidence. There's actually a German origin for the terminology. Just saying. As we're talking about the sun creating these jets, it's interesting that in Kemet, we got the story of Ray with the man jet. Coincidence. Yeah, coincidence. Right? So we got more coincidence. All right. The man jet is not merely a boat, but a path-keeping system ensuring that light, heat, and time move correctly across the world. This is exactly how jet streams guide storms, redistribute heat, and regulate large-scale atmospheric behavior. Right? This is literally right out of the pages in Kemet. I was bugging. I was like, with all these Kemetic scholars, I know for a fact there's a Kemetic Meteorology book out there already. First one ever. I think that's why this is number one in, like Kemetic books or Kemetic, what is it, Egyptian Book of the Dead category. You know what I'm saying? But that's the first time ever we've been ranked number one in a Kemetic category. You know what I'm saying? That's the first time ever. And I think it's because there is no book of that. And that's what my dad told me. See? We number one new release in Egyptian Book of the Dead. That's a category of books, right? About Kemet. But that's what my dad told me. He said, that's one of the things that inspired me to write books. My dad told me, if you're looking for a book and that book doesn't exist, that may be because it's your job to write that book. So you have simple, simple stuff where people point out, sky, Tefnut, stuff like that. But you didn't really have anything detailed, especially nothing to this degree. When we're talking about atmospheric rivers and jet streams and, it's just us. So I know I was missing off the internet, but I was, you know what I'm saying? I was on my rock. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have left you without a dope book to step to. We had to get the work working. We had to get the work working. Right? So Manjet is not merely a boat, but a path-keeping system ensuring that light, heat, and time move correctly across the world. This is exactly how jet streams guide storms, redistribute heat, and regulate large-scale atmospheric behavior. Now, why would this be important? Why would this be important? Because remember, again, this is the economy. This is the economy forever. From history as far back as you can remember it, or as long as it was documented, up into the future. The weather is the economy. The weather is going to determine your commodities. It's going to determine what people purchase, what people invest in, right? It's going to determine disease. It's going to determine healthcare, right? All of that, especially if we include the ground, if we include the earth, you're talking about minerals and it's everything, right? So if I'm a pharaoh, if I'm a king, if I'm an emperor, if I'm a dictator, that's the most important thing I need to know. If I'm a president, it's a little more lackadaisical, right? Because a president, he kind of relies on a lot more people, right? So he doesn't have to know everything. He can rock with the Henry Ford kind of, you know what I'm saying? But if I'm a single unit leader, this is everything. That's everything. Because you fail the people, instant uprising. If the people can't eat, you don't know how to manage the crops and the the agriculture, Think about Kemet. Think about Kemet. And this is so crazy how we have these guys that claim to be Kemetic scholars that will tell you that somehow science and spirituality was separate. This is insane. In Kemet, the calendar starts with the flooding of the Nile. So literally, the calendar, think about this. The calendar starts with a weather cycle. It doesn't start on a day. It starts with a weather. It doesn't start with a day. It starts with a weather. So the Nile floods. Okay, now boom, new year. Run it up. New year, run it up. We know what that means. Everything getting ready to grow. The crops, the boop, boop, bop. Yeah, all that. Run it up. The medicine, everything. Literally, Kemet, get it out the mud. Literally, we getting it out the mud. That's, yeah. So it literally starts with a weather. Like, so the calendar is based on the atmosphere. And largely, ours is the same because ours is based on theirs. Kemet invented the 365-day calendar. They invented that. They made that up. They created that. So we just made a few tweaks, you know what I'm saying, where they was rocking the decans or the 10-day weeks. You know, we got the 7-day. They had the epigomenal days, and we got our leap year. You know, we got our little, you know, yeah. Still same thing. We still rocking their calendar. Right? And then you got some religious folks that was rocking their other kids. Kemet had two calendars. They had the solar calendar and the moon calendar. And so the moon calendar is what, you know, Islam and, you know, you can't really put, you know, the Israelites or the Jewish people under the moon calendar as much as you can the Muslims. You know what I'm saying? But they kind of tap into it a little bit. They kind of tap into it a little bit. Yeah. Only Facts Club. Appreciate you for sure. CMB, we all we got. Right? We all we got. Right? So the point is that while there is no colonizer acknowledged linguistic causation, there is beyond a meaningful structural parallel. The Kemetic image encodes the idea of a high-speed, sky-borne current that transports solar influence along a stable corridor. Modern atmospheric science describes the same mechanism, one that fulfills a remarkably similar functional role for those attentive to symbolic continuity. The coincidence is not etymological, it's factual. So we're not dealing with mythology or hypothetical or fantasy. This is fact. And those of us that's living in the northeast part of the country, we're living in it. They just got smacked in New York. Right? The convergence between Kemetic cosmology and modern atmospheric science becomes structurally significant when examined beyond the surface metaphor. The Kemetic bark is not a fairy tale ornament, but a functional vehicle. A boat is designed to float on a medium. In Kemet, that medium is not emptiness, but a substance-filled domain composed of air, moisture, and light. This premise aligns directly with the modern recognition that the atmosphere is not void, but a fluid system capable of supporting rivers, currents, and transport pathways. In Kemetic cosmology, the solar bark manjet carries Ra across the upper domain during the day. The motion is regulated, directional, and cyclical. The bark does not drift. It follows a defined route, encounters resistance, faces disruption, and requires maintenance of order. These are not flourishes or fluff. They describe transport dynamics within a medium that behaves like a fluid. A boat implies buoyancy. Buoyancy requires density contrast. Density contrast requires a medium with mass and structure. The Kemetic insistence on boats in the sky therefore implies an atmosphere understood as something that can support motion, carry loads, and channel flow. This alone excludes any interpretation of the sky as empty space. The sky is a substance-filled continuum. Nut is central to this understanding. Nut is not merely the sky in a modern abstract sense. She represents the upper waters, a composite field of air, moisture, stars, light. Her body is depicted as filled, textured, and patterned. Stars move through her as objects move through a medium, not as points embedded in a vacuum. Rain falls from her body. Light travels through her. She is not space. She is substance. Nut's parents define her physical logic. Shu embodies the air, pressure, spacing, lift, tefnut, moisture, humidity, saturation, condensation potential. Nut is their product. The product, the offspring. Air and moisture unified into a coherent atmospheric field. This triad corresponds precisely to how modern science understands the upper troposphere and lower stratosphere as regions where air density, temperature gradients, and water vapor interact to create large-scale transport phenomena. What is y'all talking about? Yes, go ahead. My baby is trolling. Anyway, the marriage of Geb and Nut represent equilibrium between surface water and atmospheric water. Geb is the solid surface, soil, and lower waters. Nut is the suspended waters. Their union encodes a closed-loop system. When harmony exists, water cycles continuously between the ground and the sky. Okay, we talked about this already. Okay. Symbolic romance, blah, 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 condensation, precipitation. Within this system, the solar bark becomes critical. The bark is not floating on liquid water in the sky, but an atmospheric ocean, a fluid continuum of air and water vapor shaped by solar energy. Modern science confirms such structures exist. They are called atmospheric rivers. Atmospheric rivers are long, narrow corridors of concentrated water vapor. Not water, water vapor transported through the atmosphere. They can carry more water than the Amazon River suspended in the air. These rivers are guided by jet streams and pressure gradients. I'm going to wind that back. These rivers are guided by jet streams. So again, Ray and the manjet, right? They are invisible to the naked eye, but measurable by satellite and instrumentation. When they make landfall, they release enormous volumes of precipitation. So satellite and instruments with tools, they can create predictive models for when these crazy weather patterns are going to happen. The existence of atmospheric rivers resolves the apparent paradox of boats in the sky. Boats do not require liquid specifically. They require a fluid medium capable of supporting organized transport. Hint, hint, wink, wink, airplanes. Atmospheric rivers demonstrate the sky can indeed host river-like structures complete with flow, direction, capacity, variability, and impact. Jet streams function as the guiding channels for these atmospheric rivers. They are high-speed currents of air shaped by solar heating gradients and planetary rotation. They act as rails in the sky, steering storm, transporting moisture, and redistributing heat. Without jet streams, atmospheric rivers would lack coherence and direction. Okay, hold up. Y'all is trolling. Give me a second.
Because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like, he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, a lot of information that, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooked. Yeah. Osborne, politic, Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lumpy Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvy. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detoxing. Live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, algae gang, algae gang, algae gang.
Algae gang, algae gang, algae gang, algae gang. All right, where was that? All right, the sun is the ultimate driver of this system. Uneven solar heating creates temperature gradients between the equator and the poles. These gradients generate pressure differences with altitude. Where you gonna sit? You wanna use the chair? You might have to share it with me. Oh, you know what? Try to go up on this chair without breaking nothing. Let me do these books for you. Right there. I don't know where I'm gonna do it on these books. Okay, where was that? Sun is the ultimate driver. Boom, bom, boom, bom, bom, boom, bom, bom. Earth's rotation organizes the resultant flow into coherent currents. Jet streams emerge. Atmospheric rivers align with them. Water is transported across continents through the sky. In Kemetic cosmology, Ra's journey across Nut is not passive illumination. It's active regulation. Right? So I want y'all to get this. We spend a good amount of time in the book going over this, right? In detail, so you can get what is actually happening. Because we got to get this, right? That's what we listen. cooking. We got book 1. Right, book 1 at Barnes and Nobles. Book 2 on Amazon. Book 3 on Amazon. And we're in book 4 right now. We in book 4 right now. I don't know where my book 4 is. If I'm on long enough, I will find it. It's usually the newest one that gets lost because I'm somewhere with it. I might have left it in my bathroom. Anyway. I'm going to skip. There's a lot of stuff in this book, so you can get more details when you go through the book yourself. But we can skip. Blah, 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 blah. Jet streams and Rossby waves act as wave guides that steer and stretch moisture, blah, blah, blah. No. Yeah, El Nino. Okay. Garden of Eden. Okay, hold on. After these messages, we'll be right back.
In the beginning was the wave.
You need that D, yeah. D, D, D with that blue magic. You need that D, D with that blue magic. You need that D, D with that blue magic. Theology in a bottle. Calcium electric, I'm magnetic. Your kidney electric, your liver magnetic. I'm talking kinetic. That deep put God in the flesh. That deep put God in the flesh.
All right. Let's jump over here. Atmospheric rivers sit within a 3-layer hierarchy. Solar forcing at the top, magnetospheric, ionospheric regulation in the middle, and then atmospheric hydrological transport at the bottom. Each layer constrains and shapes the next. The river in the sky is real, but it flows inside an electrically governed container. Modern science separates these domains for clarity, but physically they remain together. The magnetosphere does not create atmospheric rivers directly. It conditions the environment in which they can exist. This is important. This is important because we get into a pocket where we begin to just have this discussion about the magnetosphere. This is important right here. This is important right here because we gotta jump in this bag real quick. trying to see if I can find something inside. Ah! Man. No, I gotta try to go find my book real quick, bro. Gee, I gotta see if I can find my book real quick. Come on, Kylie, you gotta come help me look for this book. Just left it. Say hi to the book. They might think I'm talking to myself.
Because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes and, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, a lot of information that, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Stalin, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah. Osborne, Politic, Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lumpy Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to LV. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying, detoxing. Live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, and for Politica, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Munch still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The Golly, I'm in Robert, Cardi, Hot One. We stylin'. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Let me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Levin has got it. It's real. I give thanks for tuning in. It's soon to win. Make sure you're doing him. Oh yeah. Make sure you're doing him. Make sure you're doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, and what? Yeah, boy. Well, I Osborne, M4, Politica, Kev, Ride, You know the life, copy, Lord be snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vice. So good it's almost a vice. Mark Hill and Jalen's, family, friends, they wanna see me make ends. Help me drop a bestseller, recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather, still applying pressure. Blue magic netches, my bitter netches, my monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent. Push up, peak, calisthenic cow. 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication. Off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bars, bars, bars. Wham, wham. Bars, bars, bars. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Osborne, M4, Paul and T, Yellow T, get Kev, Ride, Amber. I'm your speak, Pay, and Andrew. You know the life, copy, Long Beach Snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. Say, so good it's almost a vibe. Say, so good it's almost a vibe.
Let's go, man. You already know this for the family, man. And this is not for the Patreon family. Okay, this is not for the Patreon family. This is not for the book family. This is just a video for the live chat. All right, for the live chat. And I know for a certain fact that I done missed somebody's name, or I got your name, but I just couldn't fit it into a bar. You know what I'm saying? So don't think I forgot about you. You know what I'm saying? If you're not in the bar, Mike, it's not possible for me to miss Mike Carter, right? High Frequency TV, Inner Beauty, Steve, Regina, Smacknificent, Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? So it just, Bayat, Derek, DA, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole Hotepistan, Jack, a.k.a. Viking Hotep. Jack, I almost forgot. Jack, I was trying to find what Viking Hotep. Anyway, move.
I done found my book and it didn't even have what I'm looking for is in it. So I done spent all that time to find my book and what I'm looking for is not in it. Troll. But you know what I think it is? I think I wanted to put, I know what it is I'm looking for. It was some pictures. Yeah, some pictures that I was looking for. But I think the reason why I didn't wind up putting them in the book is for copyright purposes. Yeah, I think it's copyright purposes. Man, I thought I did clear them though. I thought I cleared them and put them in here. I thought I got the clearance and put them in here. Okay, let me find my book and see if I can find them pictures. But yeah, so this is number 4. Right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm working on number 5. Yeah, I know I'm working on number 5 already. Let me see if I can find them. If I can't find them fast, then I ain't gonna look. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna look long. Blood clotting that. Boom. Here we go. Talk heavy. Okay, hold on. Yeah, see, these are the pictures right here. These are the pictures right here. Right, literally, these is right out of Kemetic. These is right out of Kemetic. And listen, how they got it right, I don't know how they got it right, but these is right. Especially these two is crazy. So how they got it right, who knows? But they got it right. This is crazy. At least close to what we know of in terms of how our sun works with the magnetosphere. How our sun works with the magnetosphere. They got it right somehow. Yeah, I can't mess with them people. I can't play with them people. I can't play with them people. I wanted to drop it in the book, but I was like, I don't know. I ain't gonna play with them people. Then they mess up the book and all that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But that's the crazy, like that's the crazy thing. It's like they had this thing down packed. So how they figured this, that's like it's I don't know how they got it right. They got it really, really, really good. Especially if we factor in, they didn't have any, what you call it? They didn't have any tools and instruments to figure some of this stuff out. All right, so anyway, where we at? We're somewhere right around here. Here we go. Right. Yeah, crazy. So anyway, including the magnetosphere, it restores completeness to the model, right? Atmospheric rivers are not merely thermodynamic artifacts of warm air and moisture. They are components of a planet-scale electrodynamic circulation system powered by the sun, regulated by magnetic structure and expressed through fluid flow. Ignoring the upper boundary creates gobbledygook, confusing the order in the system. This reveals why the sky can behave like an ocean at all.
The magnetosphere as the duat is structurally coherent when the duat is treated not as a conceptual underworld in a moral sense, but as an invisible regulatory domain through which solar energy must pass before re-entering the world of form. In Kemetic cosmology, the duat is not below the earth geographically, it is hidden, non-visible, and functionally intermediate. This precisely parallels with how the magnetosphere operates relative to the atmosphere and the surface. The duat is the domain traversed by the sun during its night journey. This passage is dangerous, structured, and rule-bound. Order must be maintained against chaotic forces or the sun will not rise. The duat therefore functions as a filtering and stabilizing zone rather than a destination. So remember, just before we continue, remember that the sun, right, from our stance, the sun is just one thing, right? So with our modern view, it becomes difficult sometimes to understand the Kemetic view. Because if we're translating Kepra as the sun, Atum as the sun, Aten as the sun, Ra as the sun, it may not always line up, right? Because we know that the sun physically, the ball, the big gas, the hydrogen, doesn't actually travel through our magnetosphere, right? So you may get a few flat earthers to play with that concept and be like, oh, well, Kemet said that, Kemet agrees that the earth is flat earth because they said that the sun is traveling through the clouds. Remember, Kepra, Aten, Atum, Re, all different aspects. Even Heru, to an extent, is an aspect of the sun, right? So you got to know what that aspect is so that it sometimes so that it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So that it makes sense. Not to say everything is going to make sense in terms of how we, you know, align it to our modern science. Some stuff is just incorrect. They didn't get everything right. You know what I'm saying? But knowing certain ideas about the framework will make it at least make more sense, if that makes more sense for you. Right?
And the Lord has been all and all in love. Oh, know that I am loved and
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh Shakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors. When the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes, we give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valve, the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats alive 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
No, but see if it can work for you. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. The Duat is the domain traversed by the sun during its night journey. This passage is dangerous, structured, and rule-bound. Order must be maintained against chaotic forces or the sun will not rise. The Duat therefore functions as a filtering and stabilizing zone rather than a destination. This mirrors the magnetosphere's role as the region where solar wind, charged particles, and electromagnetic disturbances are intercepted, deflected, stored, and redirected before they can affect the atmosphere. This is where you have to get the difference between Heru and Re. Heru is the terrestrial manifestation, not the orb in the sky. The magnetosphere is invisible to human senses, just as the Duat is unseen. Its presence is inferred through effects rather than direct perception. So when we look up on a clear night, we're going to see Orion's belt, we're going to see stars, whatever. We're not going to see that there's a bubble that we're in. But we're in a bubble, right? Just like we don't get to see the atmospheric rivers, but they there, right? Hold up. Let's jump over here. Boop. Bubble not be alive. There will be no atmosphere. Right? So if no atmosphere, no life. If no magnetosphere, no atmosphere. Right? Now, where does the magnetosphere come from? Right? A part of the magnetosphere comes from Geb. Right? Remember, Geb is what? The earth. The earth is what? A big clump of iron. Right? So we have obviously a magnetic field because it's a magnetic orb. Right? It's a big magnetic sphere to a greater or lesser extent. Right? So we got the water, then we got a whole bunch of magnetite, and then we got what? Ringwoodite, which is another big, bunch of rock. But this is the magic rock
that they kind of alluded to in the Bible a little bit. They alluded to it, right? Because in the Bible, it mentions putting a hole in a rock and getting water out of it, right? So that's a real thing. I'm not saying that story is a real story, but that is a real, like a concept, right? Because you have ringwoodite, which is a rock that contains water, right? So that's a real thing, right? Again, I'm not saying the story is real. I'm saying the science is real. What? No sound? Okay, okay. Yeah, take over. That got to be you. Paul said he could hear, and I'm checking everything. Okay, we good? We good? Okay, good. Right. Man! Yeah, I mean paranoid for a second. All right, so, but we don't see this. This is invisible. This is a part of those invisible forces, right? Which when we talk about the Necharu and even the Elohim, we're talking about anthropomorphizing these invisible forces that sustain, create, maintain life. Well, this would definitely be a part of that. Right? This would definitely be a part of that. In fact, if you look here, this has that shape like a spider, right? Like a Nancy. Very interesting, right? Very interesting that you get that Anansi shape here. Right? This is what NASA got. Let's see if we can go to NASA's page and get a little more clarity. Right? So when we look up at night, we do not see this, right? We can only see the effects. Now, depending on where we at, we can see the Great Stairs, right? The Great Stairs is mentioned all throughout. I'm gonna say all throughout, but it's definitely mentioned in the Kemetic literature, right? The Great Stairs, we know of today as the Aurora Borealis, right? That's the Great Stairs, right? And the Great Stairs leads to the Duat, right? Just like the Aurora Borealis leads to the magnetosphere, right? In fact, let's see what we got for that. Yeah, so this is the Great Stairs, right? This is the Great Stairs. This is how you know when you're leading on your way on up to the polar connection to the sun, right? This is where the sun enters into our atmosphere, right? This is where the charged particles from the sun enter into the atmosphere before they mix, right? Just saying. Ancestors might have knew a few things about a few things. They might have knew a few things about a few things. Anyway, auroras, radiation belts, and geomagnetic storms are surface expressions of activity occurring in this hidden layer.
Likewise, in Kemetic text, the duat reveals itself through consequences, the success or failure of dawn, the stability of ma'at, and the continuity of time. Ra's nightly passage through the duat encodes solar magnetospheric interaction in symbolic form. The sun does not simply disappear and return, it undergoes transformation, resistance, and regulation. The threats faced, the serpents, the fragmentation, the obstruction, fit cleanly onto turbulence, particle trapping, and energetic instability, right? So again, I'm just reiterating to make it simpler, right? In the Kemetic text, you had serpents, fragmentation, and obstructions to the nightly journey. In modern meteorology, right, you have turbulence, particle trapping, and energetic instability. Victory in the duat ensures regulated energy delivery the next day, just as magnetospheric stability ensures atmospheric coherence and survivable solar input. The presence of gates, guardians, and segmented regions in the duat corresponds to the layered structure of the near-Earth space bow shock, magnetosheath, magnetotail, and radiation belt. Each region has different rules, densities, and dangers. Passage requires correct alignment and order. This is not allegory layered onto ignorance. This is systems descriptions rendered in a narrative, right? So again, when we go back to the picture, right? When we're talking about gates, right? When we're talking about gates, yeah, each of these regions, right? So bow shock, this is a different space, right? So in order for charged particles or traveling waves to get from here into the magnetosheath, right, requires a different type of movement. To get through the magnetotail, a different type of movement. To get to the cusp up here, which is much more closer to entering the atmosphere, right? All of these are different spaces. How do you propose they knew all this? I don't know how they knew all this. I don't know how they knew how to build the pyramid. We just know because the pyramid's sitting there. Oh my goodness. I can only imagine the things that people are going to be asking about us 4,000 years from now. How did they know that this little box could turn their laptop on? Like, who knows? But they got the boxes and they got the laptops. They got the boxes and they got the laptops. So clearly they knew somehow how it was going to go. They figured it out. Don't knock that stack of books down. Okay. Wait a minute. You know what you need to do? Okay.
Okay. Not the source of disruption, it is a buffer against it. When overwhelmed by solar events, disturbances propagate downward, altering ionic currents, atmospheric circulation, and even weather coupling. In Kemetic terms, this is when Apep threatens the solar journey and Ma'at is at risk. So there is also a terminology for Apep. Apep fits nicely into this conversation, right? All right. Blah, 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 blah. Bum, 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 bum. You know what I'm talking about now. The same thing I'm always talking about. How we can take over the world.
Photosynthesis. Green is the business. Health is wealth. What are both instances? Green is the business. Green is the business. Get your order still. 100-pack chlorophyll, more than real, applaud the deal. Vitamin K for the blood, vitamin A for your eyes. Power of the ocean. American healer is the goat. Inky big bro price for the low. Cop and go, let them know. We cleanse and fasting. Get the month manual today. We don't clay. Desire and cry.
All right. So a PEP or Apophis represents destructive interference. In Kemetic cosmology, a PEP attacks the solar bark during Ra's nighttime journey through the duat. The timing is critical. A PEP does not attack the sun in open daylight. He appears when the sun enters the visible domain, where regulation rather than illumination dominates. This mirrors the physical reality. The most dangerous solar influences do not come as visible light, but as charged particles, magnetic turbulence, and plasma instability, interacting with Earth's electromagnetic shield. A PEP is consistently associated with darkness, invisibility, and obstruction. He coils, constricts, hypnotizes, fragments, and attempts to halt forward motion. These are not conceptual flourishes. They are accurate descriptors of what happens when a plasma stream or magnetic disturbance destabilizes a regulated field. The flow becomes chaotic. Direction collapses. Energy pools where it should not. In modern terms, APEP maps cleanly onto solar
magnetospheric disruption, violent solar wind fluctuations, coronal mass ejections, magnetic reconnection events, particle storms overwhelming field stability. The magnetosphere exists to manage these forces. When it succeeds, life continues uninterrupted. When it struggles, disturbances propagate downward, auroras intensify, radiation belts swell, ionospheric current shift, and coupling effects reach the upper atmosphere. In Kemetic Meteorology, this is the nightly battle in the duat. A PEP is not annihilated because chaos cannot be eliminated. It can only be constrained, redirected, or neutralized temporarily. This is why Ra defeats a PEP every night but never destroys him permanently. Each dawn is a renewed victory, not a final one. This matches the physical truth. Solar chaos is perpetual. Earth survives not by eliminating it, but by continuously regulating it. The methods used against the PEP are revealing. He is restrained, cut, bound, pierced, repelled by light, order, names, and alignment. These are not weapons of brute force, but tools of structure. In physical terms, structure is what stabilizes fields, geometry, coherence, resonance, and boundary conditions. The victory over a PEP is not strength overpowering strength. It is order defeating incoherence. The presence of multiple gods assisting Ra, Set, Ma'at, Thoth, and others indicates that no single force maintains stability alone. Set, often misunderstood, plays a crucial role as a god of necessary force and separation. He does not represent chaos itself. He represents directed violence used in service of order. In the this is why all of the gods in these stories are in the bark. So in other stories is different, but if you in the bark, you like in the whip. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you in the whip, you in the whip. If you in the whip, you in the whip. Right? If you in the whip, you in the whip. Right? The Kemetic solution to a PEP is repetition, vigilance, and ritual. Every night, the same sequence must be enacted, the same words spoken, the same alignments restored. This reflects an understanding that stability is not a one-time achievement. It is a continuous process. The magnetosphere must constantly realign. The atmosphere must constantly circulate. The hydrological cycle must constantly move. Any pause invites stagnation and breakdown. Placing a PEP within the four rivers deepens the picture further, right? So now, I didn't even know I wasn't sharing. But anyway, another interesting caveat. This is another interesting caveat. When it comes to atmospheric rivers, right? As far as science knows, there is usually at any one given time on planet Earth 4 atmospheric rivers. 4. So that is a very interesting number, right? 4 rivers control the weather of Earth. That is a very interesting number, right? Because the Garden of Eden has, just saying, can't make this stuff up.
man, it's crazy, right? Appreciate you. But that's that, man. I'm reading this. I'm like, 4 atmospheric rivers. Wait, what? I'm like, yeah, that's crazy, right? That is crazy, especially since there's been so many debates on where these rivers actually is at. Right? That's crazy. What if they have nothing to do with, like, what if we're trying to make put a triangle peg in a square? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if these rivers are not terrestrial rivers at all? What if the 4 rivers in the garden is talking about, like, just saying, possibilities, another rabbit hole open up, right? There's just another rabbit hole. Crazy. So anyway, this is why a pep is the enemy of ma'at. Ma'at is not morality, it's portion and flow, right? Correct proportion and flow. A pep is disproportion, excess, blockage, noise in the system, right? Entropy. Why aren't you doing all that noisiness? Yeah,
My bad. I can't do that today.
That's good for you. Okay, the serpent form is exact. Serpent moves as waves, right? The serpent form is exact. The serpent moves as waves. They coil, propagate, strike, and transmit force along their bodies. Plasma instabilities and magnetic flux ropes behave the exact same way. The serpent is not chosen arbitrarily. It is the correct shape for describing wave-based disruptions, right? So a pep matches, again, even a pep's shape, his physical form, or what would be his physical form, matches exactly modern meteorology in terms of the disturbances that take place in the upper atmosphere, right? Between the upper atmosphere and the magnetosphere, that results in wild weather patterns and wild economic patterns. Lady, if you don't close that up, and you left the charging thing right there. So now there's going to be more noise on everybody. Listen to you. What your thing does.
It's the moment on the truth. I will live forever in my youth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a vibe, I'm a feel. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. Nobody stopping me. I motor through intellectual property. Behind the lights, behind the camera. I'm the feeling, the words behind the gram. My cold as casual. Inky is the go to cadence. Fired up, causing chemistry audition. Pose is no tomorrow, so each book I write is love in a bottle. Always in lightness, spirit consciousness. Get it priceless.
So anyway, the serpent form is exact. Serpents move as waves. They coil, they propagate, strike, transmit force along their bodies. Plasma instabilities and magnetic flux ropes behave the exact same way. The serpent is not chosen arbitrarily. It is the correct shape for describing wave-based disruption. So again, this would just add on to the large pile of coincidences that would have, things that would have to be recognized as coincidence to flag off the fact that in Kemet, they already had an advanced knowledge of meteorology, which is the reason why, again, Kemetic influence on the Bible, Yahweh is a storm god. And a storm god becomes, the Alpha and Omega, right? Because the atmosphere is what's the most important thing that we're supposed to be paying attention to. And our link to the atmosphere, which is why Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, and Canum on the potter's wheel, right? Man becomes a living soul when he takes his first breath. And spirituality is the act of breathing, which is the act of sharing, right? You are a part of the atmosphere now, right? So when you become a part of the atmosphere, you become alive, right? As soon as your connection between you and the atmosphere is broken, you will bye-bye birdie. You'll bye-bye birdie, right? So again, blah, 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 blah. When the sun emerges victorious at dawn, blah, blah, blah. It is not because chaos is gone. It is because regulation is blah, blah, blah. The magnetosphere performed its function. The atmosphere remains intact. The rivers in the sky will flow again. Nut receives Ra back into her domain. Geb will be fertilized. The cycle continues. In this motif, Apep is not made up. He is the ancient encoding of a truth modern science confirms daily. Life exists downstream of constant cosmic threat, and survival depends on layered, intelligent regulation. The Duat is not hell. It is the control room. Apep is not a devil. He is the ever-present cost of existing in a dynamic universe. This is why Apep must be faced every night. The phonetic proximity of Apep, Apophis, and apoptosis is not, again, coinkydink, right? Apophis, apoptosis, right? For me, it's not a coincidence, right? Apoptosis, regulated cellular death, right? But regulated cellular death of chaotic cells. It is how your body controls chaos, right? All right. So then we have the 5 classes of solar radiation storms, right? You have S1, S2, S3, S4, and S5, right? S5 is the strongest one, right? S5 is the most extreme. Just like they rank tornadoes, we get solar radiation storm rankings, right? And January, we just got hit with an S4. We just got hit with an S4 in January. So the weather that we got, winter storm, Fern, what we getting still right now, all that come from that S4 that we got hit with. Because when we get hit with that, right? So hopefully if y'all been awake, how long we been live? 7 hours. So hopefully we done got folks that left, went home, made dinner,
came home from work, tuned in late, tuned in early. So anyway, you know, hopefully you got the book. If you don't have the book, you'll watch some of this. We went through a couple chapters, maybe. But the point is, S4 is highly predictable. Not highly predictable, but it's predictable, right? And so for me, again, I don't believe in coincidence, right? So if y'all remember some months ago, right, I couldn't figure it out. I didn't know what it was, but I didn't believe the story that, you know, the mainstream story. You know, when all of the websites went down, like Amazon, and I'm talking about big websites, when the internet went down, like the whole internet was down, right? They said something happened with some grid, something, whatever. I didn't believe that. To me, that didn't make any sense. That didn't make any sense. I was like, I don't know exactly what happened, but I feel like we'll figure it out when the other shoe drops. So for me, when we get all this crazy, when we get the S4 storm, when we get an S4 storm in January, to me, that was the other shoe dropping. I could be wrong, of course. But for me, that's what I felt like. I felt like they knew it was coming, and they shut down they systems for a day or two, you know, so that they could update and do whatever they needed to do. So that way, when the storm hit, they'd be ready for it. Predictive modeling. Yeah, I feel like they knew the storm was coming and got ready for it. They did what they needed to do. You know what I'm saying? And so you can't hate, because our society has grown to be dependent on these sites. You know, some people get their groceries and everything from Amazon. So you want Amazon to take a day off and make sure that when the storm come, whatever, like they, you know, you can get your heater, your groceries, or, you know, your sweater, whatever you need, you know, you want that, because they're going to put it on your doorstep when you can't move around otherwise. Or maybe your auntie, your uncle, your grandpa, you know, you might have family members that have limited mobility. You know what I'm saying? So having somebody that can put whatever they need at their doorstep might be more important for them than you. If you're in your 20s or 30s, you may not fully understand needing somebody to put XYZ at your doorstep, because you can still move around to some extent. You know what I'm saying? Even in the storm. But as you get older, you'll develop a greater appreciation for delivery. You'll develop a greater appreciation for delivery. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I feel like. I feel like they was prepping. So we had that S4 solar radiation storm, and then we have solar flare classes, A, B, C, M, and X, right? M is moderate and X is extreme, right? So we just went through a X class solar flare with a S4 radiation storm in January. So what I'm saying is whatever systems that the government or NASA or whoever got that is looking at these things, months ago, they detected one or both of these things, the solar radiation storm or the solar flare. Because we just got hit with the high level of both. We got hit with the S4, which is almost the highest level solar radiation storm. And we got hit with the X-class solar flare, which is the highest level of solar flare that we can get hit with. And we got hit with them at the same time. at the same damn time. At the same damn time. Solar flare and storm at the same damn time. So this is how we get this weather. Now, mind you, when these things hit, they don't just hit the earth, right? That's why we have the different layers of the magnetosphere. Each layer, right, or each gateway is channeling this raw energy that's coming in and trying to dissipate it and break it down to some extent before it wreaks havoc, right? But even in trying to break it down, it's still going to wreak havoc because it gets dissipated throughout the poles and throughout the equator, which changes the behavior of the jet streams, changes the behavior of the atmospheric rivers, and that then changes our weather patterns. So we have to be told stories about cows farting and greenhouse gases. We got to be told mystery stories. Remember back in the, well, you got to talk to your elders to know about this. You got to talk to your elders to know about this. In the 50s and the 60s, they was telling people anytime they thought of an alien anything, or if the weather was crazy, like abnormally crazy, they would say it was like a weather balloon got loose and disturbed the cloud, like just abject foolishness that people wouldn't stand for today. Oh no, weather balloon got. So this is where you get ideas about what's that? The weather machine. Oh yeah, they got the weather machine. They doing the weather. The weather machines are more set to predicting the weather than creating the weather. And it looks like they're creating all of the weather because they're in front of it. When you can see the weather coming 3 months out, 6 months out, you could put a whole bunch of stuff in place to where you capitalize so crazy off of the weather that it looks like you did that on purpose. It looked like you did that on purpose. But in reality, you didn't create the weather. You're divining. That's what your ancestors were divining for. That's why they had divination. Right now we got laptop, satellites, equations, same purpose. Predictive modeling. Right. So because they've predict, oh, this is coming. I don't know the exact date. This is going to make landfall, but yeah, this is happening. I mean, we done already seen it in Hollywood in the movies where they see it coming 6 months out and people ignoring it, and then it winds up, a big flood or a typhoon or something crazy. But obviously that's exaggerated for the movie. But the reality is you have people whose job is to do nothing but sit and monitor what's happening in the atmosphere at different levels, right? And then each country has that. And then each country has ways to communicate and share any wild, crazy information that they get, right? So, these are the things that we need to know, because this is driving business. This is driving the economy. This is driving the food supply, right? This is driving policy. So stuff we see in the political space, whether it's Charlie Kirk being shot, the people being shot, all of this stuff is not necessarily where you can predict and be like, oh, Charlie Kirk is going to be shot on this day. But the political atmosphere where, it's just kind of a beautiful thing, where not for somebody to be shot, but what I say is kind of a beautiful thing is where people are more taking out their outrage. It depends on the perspective you look at it from. But people now are more geared to taking out their outrage on the internet, on social media, as opposed to in the 50s or the 60s, they would have tore up the town. Like there would be much more rioting. We had, you know, we had a little touch, a little taste with George Floyd and all that. But what's going on now, it'd have been the 50s and the 60s, they'd have tore half of America up already. But people get to vent and, you know, do their thing on social media as opposed to smash and grab, or, you know, so you have a layer of venting, you know what I'm saying, that didn't exist before, you know what I'm saying? And so for physical safety, you know what I'm saying, that's a good thing. Now, it also doesn't impact the power structure as much, so it's a good thing for the power structure, right? Because they're more insulated, as opposed to people being able to physically reach out and you know, choose violence. Violence is more like, you know, protesting on the internet and cussing folks out and making memes, right? Anyway, okay, let's go. Peyton is in the building. Peyton is in the building. Peyton just finished making like 3 apps today. Peyton is a future billionaire. So that's why we didn't see Peyton all day. Peyton was in the middle of talking with Elon, and him and Elon was working something out. So they getting ready to set Dr. Inky up. Yeah, till then, though, sending the cash apps and the super chats. But, you know, in the future, we, you know, Peyton and Elon, they getting ready. If Elon don't go to jail, Elon look like he almost going to jail. I can't even hold you. I seen some Epstein. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. I seen the Epstein video. They said Elon getting ready to go to jail. Elon almost, man, I seen the Epstein video, was crazy. Elon was asking Epstein, what night? Oh my God. Anyway, shout out to Hard One, man. Appreciate you for the super chat. Paul again. Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we don't get that. We don't get enough super chats, so we got to make sure we roll it back whenever we get some super chats. You know what I'm saying? 77 figures. Steve. You know what I'm saying? And Peyton has entered the building. Peyton said, we working in silence. Regina said, you will work with Elon with all that going on. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. It's so much going on. It's hard to know what's even really going on. I just try to stay aware and alert, but I don't know. I mean, because that sounds like Elon need to go to jail. Seriously. Elon need to be brought in for questioning. Not go to jail. He need to be brought in for questioning. Elon is hot. Them is some hot emails right there. That's some wild emails. I don't know what's that guy named Cash Patel? Cash Patel. I mean, man. Yeah, that sounds like Elon need to be brought in for questioning. But how you gonna bring Elon in? I don't know. That's where it get crazy. See, when you get to that, when you get that much money, remember this. Money doesn't actually exist once you get to that level, right? So when you're a billionaire, right, it's not like Scrooge McDuck. You don't actually have $1 billion. So when you're a billionaire, your money is in your paycheck. His money is in your paycheck. It's in your bank account. It's in the supermarket. It's in
the police payroll. It's in the fire department. It's when them billionaires, their money is literally is the economy. Their money is the economy. So it's hard to really figure out what to do with some of them sometimes. What you gonna do? Maybe some portion of the whole American economy is his personal bank account. It's wild. It's wild. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do. But I mean, I haven't been keeping up with the whole Epstein, but I did see that. That was wild. I was in tears, cracking up. I said, "Oh man, Elon, what is you doing, Elon?" You know what I'm saying? And I really don't think Elon was up to nothing. I'm gonna be honest. Because I seen Elon in some videos and he just looked too geeky and nerdy. And he just looked like the nerd that just want to be down with whatever's going on. But that never actually gets down. He just want to seem like he know the people, but he's really too much time he's spending in the books. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. Obviously, I could be wrong. But I feel like he just wanted to be associated. So because there's a time period where Epstein is Puff Daddy. In the billionaire white community, you had Epstein was the hot guy at a point. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like Elon wanted to, you know what I'm saying, like seem like he was moving around maybe, but he ain't did nothing. He in the books. That's what he do. So he is in the books. You know what I'm saying? Period. I don't think he did nothing. I think he was talking heavy though. I think he was talking heavy. And because, like Nas said, when the pistol blows, the one that's murdered to be the cool one. The reason why Nas says when the pistol blows, the one that's murdered to be the cool one is because people who belong somewhere, they know how to scatter when emergency happens. So guys that's on the street, when shots fire, they know how to take cover and move around. The guy that's not from the street corner, that's hanging out on the street corner, when shots fire, he don't know what to do. So he gets shot. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of scenario. So I feel like all of the people that's really into that culture of, you know, trafficking and all that, they don't send out emails like that. That's the dumb friend that don't know what's going on. Like you send that kind of, you don't know what you, hey, so will the young girls be like you? He don't know that he ain't. What I saw was crazy. Ain't nobody who's doing no real crimes talks like that. Period. Because that was crazy. That was crazy. So I don't know. He could just be dumb, but I don't think so. I think if you do crime, you talk a little bit better than that. A little more secretive and, you know, a little bit more coded and, you know, you ain't just, hey, are you guys like graping folks tonight? I'll slide by 7. I mean, what are we doing? I'll bring the duct tape. Like what I seen was crazy. Period. So I don't know, but I mean, if it is what it is, Elon might be going down. Elon might be going down into.
These recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, you know, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, you know, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, you know, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, you know, a lot of information that, you know, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Stalin, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah. Boy, eyes, M, eyes,
politics. Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lord be snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvy. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detoxing. Live me on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, and for politics, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Munch still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The golly, I've been Robert, Cuddy, Hot One. We stylin'. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Let me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Levin has got it. It's real. I give thanks for tuning in. He's soon to win. Make sure you doing him. Oh yeah. Make sure you doing him. Make sure you doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, and wet. Yeah, boy. Well, Osborne, M4, politic. Kev, Brian, Amber, your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Mark Hill and Jalen's family, friends, they wanna see me make ends. Help me drop a bestseller. Recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather, still applying pressure. Yeah, blue magic natchez, my bitter natchez, my monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent. Push up, peak, calisthenic Kyle, 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication. Off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bye.